Okay, looks like we've got a couple people that have just joined. I'm just going to start with the introductions here. So, crafting and test framework. I sometimes also give this as an advanced Selenium talk. It's essentially using Selenium to actually make a difference with your testing, to actually use it well. So, all right, virtual workshops. I was really hoping this was not going to be virtual again this year. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone's faces in person and being able to walk around while I do these workshops. It's a little frustrating, but we're going to make the best of it and try and leverage this technology as best we can. What I'm hoping for you to get out of today is to kind of understand the pain points, understand kind of the decisions that get made for what makes a good abstraction, what makes a good framework design choice versus less optimal choices. I'm going to give some concrete examples of absolutely everything. I've built everything up in the code that I'm kind of excited about. And not everything is going to work in every context. So hopefully you get a few ideas that you can make use of in your particular context. Some things might not make sense and some things will make a lot of sense. So the code that I've written is essentially incrementally going from, essentially the equivalent of a manual test to something that I think is well abstracted and well organized and maintainable. Keep in mind there's no right or best solutions to any of this. The best process in the world is useless if your team can't or won't use it. And please feel free to ask questions about what I'm doing. If something I'm doing doesn't make sense, or if you think it's stupid, let me know. It's possible that, yes, it is stupid. I'm going to fix it in the next commit. And it's also, there's a use case. I've been in SDET. I was in SDET at 5 different companies before I joined Sauce Labs. And so I've implemented frameworks at 5 places. They were all in Ruby, so Java's a little new to me. If there's something that I'm doing dumb in Java, let me know. A lot of things from Ruby apply in Java, but there's some Java-specific optimizations I've been making. All right. The key things here is that our goal with automated testing is to allow the company to confidently release their code at scale, which means high throughput. Not going to get into continuous delivery type things, but the goal is to facilitate that. Even if you're not at the point where you can release things many times an hour, just getting you so where that you can get the results that you need in a timely manner and are set up to be able to get that scale if your company pushes that direction. And the main bottleneck is maintenance cost. So I'm going to pop back over here. I am going to try and bump back and forth with the chat periodically. It's not be nice if it like dinged me or something, but why not use Kotlin rather than Java? I just don't know Kotlin. I've not spent much time with it. The syntax I've seen looks pretty cool. I think the big thing is just most of the examples right now are in Java. And so it's more people are familiar with Java syntax is probably the best way to put that. And yeah, that's great. All right, so if anyone is struggling with getting the dev environment, you don't have a dev environment and you want the dev environment, and you're having any issues, pop it in there. We're going to have some exercises. It's partly why I put in that poll. What exercises do you want? Because sometimes I get quick to gloss over the exercises and jump into the next fun code point that I'm going to geek out about. But we're going to try to give you time to do some things. All right, so the key to being able to confidently release code at scale is to optimize for the bottleneck, which is always going to be the maintenance cost. It's much easier to create tests, and a lot of people come to, that Sauce Labs is a customer facing. People are like, oh, our tests are too slow. We need to get results faster. And then the first question is always, well, how many of your tests are failing? Like, I literally had a company a couple of years ago, like, oh, 70% of our tests are failing. And I'm like, why do you need your tests faster? You're getting nothing useful from your results. Like, we need to fix your problems and focus on making it so you can stay on top of the problems that you have rather than trying to return useless results to you faster. So that's something to keep in mind is don't focus on these things. It's worth, in creation costs, it's worth putting a little bit more energy ahead of time if it's going to make things more maintainable going forward. It's obviously a balance. There's obviously trade-offs, and we'll talk about some of those. So why are we doing test automation? Why am I giving this talk? I'm giving this talk because test automation is hard. As we're trying to move towards more continuous delivery, we're finding that manual testing doesn't scale. It's great, finds a lot of problems. It's probably you can go to any of the talks that people are giving out there and talking about how amazing manual testing is. It's true, it's great. It just doesn't scale so that we can release as quickly as we need to. And a lot of people are turning to machine learning or record and playback tools or any of these other shortcuts. And people are looking at them as a magic fix. And right now, none of those are at the point where they can actually replace either manual testing or automated testing with code to give you confidence that your entire application is working as intended in order to be able to release at scale. And so I just put that out there that's why I give this training, is because I want you to be better at the thing that actually works if you do it well. A lot of people don't do it well. If you do it well, it works. And part of this transition from manual to automated is that computers are good at different things than humans are good at. And so you can't just have the computer do the same thing the human was doing and expect similar levels of confidence. So we have to find a way to get the same level of confidence, or as high a level of confidence as is required with leveraging the computer with automated tests rather than people in manual tests. I'm not going to dive too much into the test pyramid. I put this out there just because I'm trying to remind myself that I need to make this blog post and I haven't finished. But traditional test pyramid, DOM the database tests, which is essentially a Selenium test where you're interacting with the UI and storing information in the database and then going back through the service layer and the API as necessary to the DOM. Integration tests and unit tests. So the key here is we're trying to only do things with DOM to database tests that make sense at that level. If you can do things at an integration level, I would recommend it. I'm not going to get into this test diamond idea too much. I do have a blog, half written, 3/4 written blog post on it. But the goal is, as a traditional SDET or QA, if you're not in a dev roles exclusively or a primary dev persona, most SDETs don't think about integration tests as something they can do. And so I am encouraging people who traditionally write Selenium tests and do Selenium code to think about how you can leverage API testing, even black box API testing, do all your data tests, your combinations and permutations of different data to see what impact that has. Do all of that in an API instead of going through the DOM. Anything you don't have to open a browser for, don't. Browsers are complicated. So from a QA standpoint, try and do more with API tests. And I'm just not going to talk about the dev side of things here. But keep in mind, we're going to try to avoid tests that can be done better at a lower level in this talk, in this workshop. All right, so the topics today includes the different components of a good test framework. And we'll try to have some examples for most of these things, some exercises. All right, so I'm going to bump back over here. Where are we at with the polls? So it looks like only half the people have answered the polls. Most of them are all set up. Most people are all set up, and most people want the exercises. So we will continue going down that road. All right, so if you don't have a dev environment, I think I just copy pasted this from last time. I try to give this talk at least once a year, this workshop. And of course, every time I give it, I have to revamp the entire code because I've learned things and I've tweaked things and come up with better ways to optimize stuff. So it's all kind of a learning process. The things I thought were amazing last year, I'm kind of meh on this year. So there's lots of going back and forth on this. So you can do everything with IntelliJ. Community is free, and really big fan of JetBrains projects. But you can download Git from IntelliJ. You can actually load the project from IntelliJ. We're going to be doing a lot with the Git tab here, and reset. Like we'll check out revisions to walk through this code so we can see one bit at a time what's going on. We get visual diffs. Make sure that you install JDK. You can install the JDK if you haven't directly from IntelliJ. And the green buttons will let you run tests if you're not familiar with IntelliJ. All right, so the first thing is we want to just make sure that the Chrome window opens and closes. So let me bump over to the code now. All right, so here I am. What we're going to do, so this is my SauceCon 2022 branch. So I'm on the Git. You might have to click on this to get this tab. We're on the Git tab. I'm on SauceCon 2022 branch. And what I'm going to be doing here is just right-clicking things and then checking them out. So here I am actually in the final version. This is the final example of everything. And I'm going to scroll back through the history here of everything, and we are going to create a basic test. I'm going to check out this revision. I was putting us into a detached head state. Doesn't really matter if you would like to make changes to something here and you're trying to, what does it look like if I do, Chrome options, pass in options here. If you're doing something like this and then you want to save it, we can just check out a new, I'm going to commit saying, I can commit this and we're in detached head state. And kind of back and forth between the terminal and Git here. And then you can just, in the terminal here, check out B, which is a new branch, and then whatever this is. And now this will be stored in my stuff. You now have that accessible in your log, and it shows what all's there. I'm going to go back to SauceCon 2022. We're going to go back here, and now I can check out this revision again. The stuff I added is gone, but it's still saved somewhere else. So like pretty much anytime you do something, it's good to save things in Git if you're not familiar. Anyway, so just make sure that everything's working. We're going to run this. We'll talk about give a quick rundown here. When we're running locally, by far at this point, the best way to do driver management in your Selenium tests is to use a manager. It used to be that you didn't have to exactly synchronize your Chrome driver with the version of Chrome. And at this point, you have to keep it synchronized. So every time Chrome updates, you need a new WebDriver, and it's a pain to keep those in sync. If you have a WebDriver manager, it's automatically going to see what is the version of Chrome that's on your machine. Let's download the correct driver for it, and then make sure that that gets used. There's one of these in most of the languages. Let's recently updated the Selenium documentation for the getting started. The section is all new, and we talked about the 3 ways to use drivers here. There's driver management, there's downloading it manually and putting it somewhere on your path, putting the location of the driver that you downloaded somewhere on path, or hard coding the location there. So anyway, any language that you're in, you have options for ways to do that. Okay. The branch name should be the default when you Git clone it. It's going to be SauceCon _ 2022. So it's literally this here. So I've got a million branches out there because I make new ones every time I do a workshop and save stuff. So if you are getting remote, you should see one that shows this Sauce Labs Training Advanced Selenium. It's probably under Origin. And then when you're under Git, you want to find the log, and it'll list everything. Probably if you go to head, it will show, if you've got 2022 checked out, you go to head, it'll show everything. And then you can, I have all of these, you won't. SauceCon 2022 should be on there. And then you can check out the revision you want. Are we able to, doesn't look like there's a way to, what is this? Nope, that's not useful. Doesn't look like there's a way to upload screenshots or anything. So that's less useful. Anyway, let me know if you're seeing something similar. You should have a local and remote, and if you've cloned it and you go in, you should be able to see that. Yeah, that's so yeah, so if you clone it and then essentially make sure you're in SauceCon 2022. Master is old, main is not what we're looking, base is not what we're looking for. It should be SauceCon 2022. So here we are. We've got this running. Everyone get that running? Anyone did not get that running, let me know. Let us, I'm going to jump back in here to some talking about writing good tests. So hopefully, we're trying to balance like theory and thinking about how we're doing things with the actual code. So trying to understand why we're doing the things in the code is super important. So trying to strike a good balance here. All right, so we have a demo site, www.saucedemo.com. And that's what we'll be using. It's kind of a weird front-end only site. There's no back end. It's all JavaScript magic, which is a little frustrating for some of the stuff I try to show off, but we can make it work. So say you're a manual tester. This is probably like a dozen test cases in here, but you're going to do this journey as a manual tester to kind of verify the happy path through the app. And so, just going to the site, attempting to sign in, validating an error. When I teach Intro to Selenium courses, we kind of walk through the site. We spend more time walking through the site and talking about what things we would test and how we're going to skip past that for this advanced session. So the first thing here is when we're automating something, picking good selectors. So this is, again, advanced topic that I don't spend a lot of time on in intro classes. there are 8 different methods that are supported by Selenium for these. Well, 9, but we're not going to talk about relative locators because I don't like them, and that's personal preference. So ID and name are usually unique. Name, like radio buttons, name isn't, but for most other form fields, name is unique. Class names and tag names usually aren't unique. Sometimes they are. Oftentimes you'll use these with find elements and get a list, and then pick the item in the list that matches what you want, so it's more brittle. Link text and partial link text, it's not always bad. It depends on how often, again, this context, how often is your application changing text? Are you a multi-language application? Link text is bad for multi-language support. But sometimes it's an old app and there's no attributes anywhere, and link text is the best way to do it. And then the advanced options are CSS and XPath. Pretty much everyone will need to use XPath or CSS in order to work with any real world application. You're not going to be able to do things with everything else. And aside, once we Selenium migrated to W3C as the implementation of WebDriver, ID, name, and class name are no longer supported by the W3C, so Selenium converts those things to CSS and uses that. Tag name, the link text, CSS, and XPath are standard, get sent to the driver directly. Just an interesting tidbit. If anyone needs any interesting Selenium tidbits, let me know. Been doing a lot of Selenium development recently, so kind of steeped in things that are working and not working with Selenium for right now. So another thing to consider for your locator is, instead of just doing attributes in XPath, is to come up with a specific data attribute. So HTML spec says that any custom attributes are supposed to be prepended with a data dash. Lots of custom attributes out there that are not, but it's supposed to be. And then there are a number of frameworks that use data-test, so it's a good option for this. So rather than putting unique IDs everywhere in the DOM, so this is if you have access to the DOM as you're testing it, rather than putting IDs everywhere, putting a data test tag, a unique data test value for that attribute, makes it obvious that it's being used for testing, and it makes it so that, like, in a single page app, you're not supposed to have more than one ID on a page at the same time. And often in single page apps, you've got a lot of stuff on the page, some visible and some not. And if you're doing everything with IDs, sometimes the same ID, the password for the sign in and the sign up field both have the same ID. They're both on the page. One's just hidden. Can't tell you how many times people will come to, Selenium chat asking, like, why can't I see this, the ID, and it's not working. It's like, oh, there's two IDs with the same thing. So at least with the data test, you're not breaking HTML spec as part of that. Okay. So next thing is, like, what is it that we're asserting? Like, here, let's jump back into code. Let's see where we're. No, I'm not going to be doing anything with CDP this time. I have some examples for using CDP that I can link to if you need. For right now, we're not doing anything with that. Okay. All right. So let's just walk through the code here. So I'm going to check out define the journey. So we've got this journey test here. And this is literally just stepping through the slide that I had of just saying this is what needs to be done. And so our first exercise here is going to be, so I've created a setup and a teardown for you. And then asking to implement these things. And it's part of what we're implementing. So go to the Sauce demo site. So we've got a driver we're going to get, and then let's show the Sauce demo. So this is our Sauce demo site. It requires the www there. This is what's going to get us to driver. And I'm just going to put I'm going to put a pause here. The other cool thing here you can do is debug. So I'm going to debug this. So we're going to get this Chrome that pops up. We're here. Now, one of the things that I did in the setup is that I'm adding selector sub. And I just started looking at selector sub for the first time last week, and I'm actually really impressed with it. I was surprised. And so it's now in your debug session here. I'm going to put this on the bottom. I have it installed. So if you go down here, you hit Selectors Hub, and then if we inspect something, it's going to show the options that you have between these things. One of the, I don't think I included the slide, did I? I'm a huge fan of CSS and not XPath. And so if this didn't include any support for XPath, I would be happier, in all honesty. As someone who's done a lot of work with XPath, essentially one of the projects that I'm the lead developer for is Water, which is a Ruby web application testing in Ruby. It's currently a wrapper on top of Selenium and handles a lot more of the do what I mean versus do what I say. A lot of the stuff I'm going to be sharing here comes from some Ruby experience I have with that library. That reason to bring it up is that library has a lot of, it's a really strong locator engine. Essentially, it's a whole bunch of different locators with values, and you just add however many you need to a hash, pass it in to the constructor for the element, and it's going to generate a really ugly looking XPath that combines all of those things. And I know how ugly it is because I work with it. CSS is much easier to read, which is why I prefer it. Front-end devs are also much more familiar with CSS selectors, and most of them have never heard of XPath. So if you're looking to get help from a dev, it's going to be a lot easier. At the very least, you're going to want to use relative instead of instead of an absolute. Like anytime I see this is horrible. This is super brittle. Quick note on brittle versus flaky. Some people will use those interchangeably. A flaky test is a test that sometimes passes and sometimes fails, usually as a result of a synchronization issue. We'll talk more about that. A brittle test is one where some small change was made to the application itself, and a test which probably could have been robust to keep passing is not. And so it fails and it will never pass again. And if you use an absolute XPath as your locator, any change to the DOM and it breaks. And so it's extremely brittle. Like if you specify the ID, anything else on the page can change and your test will most likely still work. So we want to avoid the absolute XPath. There are two things that XPath can do that CSS can't. And so there are times when it's okay to use XPath, but you should really try to use CSS selectors if at all possible first. The two things that XPath can do that CSS can't are locating text nodes with content. So partial match or full match of the text content of the text node. Because CSS is for design, it doesn't make any sense for it to parse the content of the text node. And the other thing it can do is it can locate elements up and to the left of a reference point. CSS can only go down and to the right. So sometimes it's easiest to locate an element based on the ID of a child element. So you can find a unique ID and you want the parent of that. XPath will let you do that where CSS won't. Okay. So where are we going with this? I was talking about, so that's the big thing about locators and dedicated locators. And the next thing is talking about what to assert. So for instance, here we are. I'm just going to say, take standard user, I'm going to take secret sauce, I'm going to log in. All right. I want to assert that we've logged in. Can I, if people can follow along with this, what are, let's jump into the chat. What are ways that we can assert that we're logged in? Throw in the chat things that you would assert to say we have logged in successfully. What does that mean as far as things that we can have access to on the page? Products header is visible. Great. Title, log out button. URL, home banner. Yeah, and this gets weird because it's going to be different for everything. The products is greater than 0. Yeah, so used to spend a lot of time early on talking about what does it mean to be on a page. And it's a little different now with single page apps. Like, what does it mean to be where you expect to be? So again, this is the interesting thing. This is kind of where the art comes into this, because there's not always one right answer, especially since every context is going to be slightly different. So for instance, every single page in the application, the title is Swag Labs, every single page. And so can't assert on that. URL is a good one. You can't get to the inventory page unless you're logged in. So that's a good one. There's no, because of the way this is designed, there's really no, you can get the log out, but then you would have to click on this first. So that's a good one, except, so anyway, there's a lot of things that you could do to say, what is logged in. You can find content on the page. That's often a good one. But then again, what happens if, so it gets a little weird. What happens if you're in a site where, you can log in from, the checkout page. You're in the checkout page. It's like, oh, you're not logged in, log in. And so you log in and then it takes you to a different page. Do you have different assertions depending on logged in for login from the home page versus logged in from the checkout page? Things like that. How important is it to have the same between those? It all just kind of depends. Yeah, so cookies and tokens, that's my favorite for doing this. And we'll talk more about that down the road. For right now, we're just going to be looking at page things. Last element of the DOM, this used to be a very popular way to do things, is to wait for the last element to load. It's like, okay, except what if that changes? Like, how do you know that that's always the last? Like, it's a lot of work to figure out what's last. And we'll talk about synchronization a little later. That tends to be more an approach for synchronization, and we'll definitely be talking about that more. And a mixture of things. Yeah, there's no right way. When I started writing a page object framework for Java. It's called Salsa Verde. I have not had time to spend on it in the last 2 years, other priorities, but it had a concept of being on a page, and the 3 factors that it allowed you to do was a URL, a title, and an element that's displayed on a page. And so you can pick any one of those 3 or more than one of those 3 to indicate that you are on the view that represents the page object. So, all right, great. Thanks for that. So what all did we cover here? Yeah, so match the new URL. And one that people didn't talk about what about the old element going away? If logging in means that the login button goes away, maybe we wait for that element to go stale. One thing to keep in mind is that it's usually not a great idea to wait wait for an element that you're not expecting to show up to not show up. Um, Specific text, getting the text of something. But really, this is just figuring out the context. What's good enough? Like, don't spend a ton of time on these things if it's not likely to change and not earth shattering. And just trying to maintain less brittle thinking. Just take a second. What's less likely to change? Are we going to change titles on these things? Are the URLs going to change around? Are the elements going to be different? What context are they in? So the thought is a little bit of forethought ahead of time will make this more maintainable down the road. All right, so now we are into our journey. Let me go back and log out here. Oh, let me go here. I'm going to log out. All right, so here we go. I'm going to inspect this username. We're going to take a look at Selectors Hub here. Again, does some cool stuff here. I want to use data test for my stuff if possible. So I'm going to put that in here, and then sure enough, here's a relative CSS selector with this. So I can copy this, and then in my code here, attempt to sign in with a locked out user. So I am going to driver.find element by CSS selector. There we go. So let's got an element. So this is the whatever username dot send keys. And then what is it that we said we were going to do? We're going to do a locked out user first. Copy paste all the things. So anyway, so here's an example. Just find the CSS locator. You can either set a variable or you can just chain on the send keys for this. And so attempt to sign in with a locked out user is going to be those things. And note when we do this, locked out user, secret sauce, epic sad face. Sorry, this user has been locked out. So what do we assert when we have a locked out user? We can assert that we're not on the inventory page. We could have the same standard for whether you're logged in or logged out for either of these tests, and you just say logged in means you're on the inventory page, not logged in means you're not on the inventory page. Or you could check for this error, or you could check to see if this login button is still there. And kind of depends on what your intentions are for the test. So anyway, I would like for people to try this out. So I would recommend setting a debug point and just kind of walking through this. And set the password. Find element by CSS selector password. I introduce a local variable, and this is a password element, whatever, password element dot send keys. This is going to be secret sauce. And then we need the login button here. The login button, we've got an input. So same thing here. Find element by CSS selector, boom. This variable, this is login button dot click. All right. So about this I'm saying we're going to assert that the error is there. So what does this error look like? This error is, oh look, there is a data test error. Cool. All right. Actually didn't realize that. I was using the class name. This is driver.find element. So one of the ways we can do to locate an element, that's not what I want. CSS selector, There we go. Is this always an H3? Maybe sometimes we'll just do a star there to say it can be anything. Um, let's get an element list here. List of, we'll call this errors. And now we are going to say assertions, assert true, errors dot size greater than 0. So this is one way to say whether an element is there. If an element's not there, it'll raise an exception, which is often a pain to deal with. So one way, a good way, a common way that probably everyone here knows is find elements and see if it's greater than 0. There are better ways to do it once you're abstracting things out, but for now, this is a good way to do it. And note, I am using JUnit 5 for all of this. I'm really a fan of the new JUnit 5 syntax. We'll get into some of the biggest downside to JUnit 5 right now is that JUnit 5 and Selenium 4 and Java 8 do not, there's a bug with running things in parallel with that combination. If you upgrade to Java 9 or later, or downgrade to Java or to JUnit 4, it works. I highly recommend using Selenium 4 instead of Selenium 3, though, because that is what is getting maintained right now. Okay, so we'll just stop this. I'm going to run this real quick. I don't need you anymore. There we go. It passes. All right. So I would, like, we're not going to do all of this, but I would like people to try out the selectors hub. And again, like I said, I've got it automatically installing here. So if you set a debug point, you run to the debug point, and we're going to inspect. I like to put this on the bottom. And then in this right side here, there's a selectors hub tab. And this is where you can right click in selectors hub and copy relative CSS selector. That'll give you a CSS. So this stands for the ID. So this gives the ID, which again, I'm trying not to use in this. And so we're actually going to go to this. Here we go. And I put data test here in case there's that attribute that I can look at. So I would appreciate it if people would spend some time and just kind of walk through these things. We're going to sign in with the standard user next, and then we're going to validate, authenticate. And we're not going to spend a ton of time on this because it's pretty basic. But I did kind of want to show off the cool tool that I discovered this week. And we won't spend too much time on this. Let me see where people are in the chat. If you're having any issues, any upsets. Okay, where are we at? Honestly, I don't know about TestNG. Don't know. I have not. I don't spend much time with TestNG. I like JUnit much more than TestNG. I know a lot of testers use TestNG because for a long time JUnit was not very good, and you needed TestNG to do anything serious. JUnit is now much better. It's a much more idiomatic Java way of doing things. TestNG kind of has its own weird XML approach to everything. So I have not spent much time with it. Language is more suitable for a new team, Python or Java? Well, Ruby is always going to have my heart, and that's mostly because you can use either Capybara or Water, which you essentially use an open source tool that gives you this extra logic, or you end up creating your own. And I'm walking through how to create your own. If you're using Ruby with Water, most of the stuff that I'm talking about here, you don't have to do because it's built in for you. Not everything, but a lot of it. And Capybara just is similar objective with a different approach. It's a much more Rails approach. Water was written actually before Rails was, and so it does not have a lot of the weird Rails, I call it weird Rails conventions. But it kind of depends. Kotlin might actually be a good middle ground between Java and Python. I am really enjoying some of the static typing and protection compile time errors that you get in Java that you don't in a Ruby or Python. Ruby and Python are going to be similar, except for Ruby's got better testing tools, which does. But Python's easier to learn. Also kind of depends on what your developers are using. That's why a lot of people are moving to JavaScript, because developers, front-end developers, obviously have to be doing JavaScript. And so if you're working with them, or if you are them, it makes a lot of sense to use JavaScript. All right. Is it better to have one utility class which handles all browser? Oh, yeah, we're talking about this. We're talking about this. We'll get there. Avoid assert true false. Oh, we're definitely talking about this coming up. All of this is coming. It's going to be great. Strongly recommend calling. Yeah, I've done very little of it. I think just enough to do. I think I did just enough to in here to kind of like here's some basic Kotlin stuff. The vowels are pretty cool. It's some kind of cool. It's the same kind of thing with .NET. Like Java 8 is just old at this point. There's a lot of cool things that you get in .NET and in Kotlin that are kind of cool. All right. How's everyone doing? Everyone having fun with Selectors Hub? Good. Good. And again, if you want to save this, you want to save your work just to kind of see what you have. And Git checkout, and this is learning exercise Titus, something like that. You can do that, and then commit this file. So, commit. All right. So I don't care. So here we go. I did mine. Now, if I go, this is kind of a cool thing. If I go back to the log, I go to SauceCon, I'm going to check out the answers here. And one of the cool things I can do here is I can go to Journey Exercise Titus, and I can it doesn't let me actually do the, so I can compare them. Oh, I'm not allowed to do that in detached head. Never mind, we can't do this. I used to, like, early on when I was doing these, like literally every single commit, I created a separate branch for it. So we just check out separate branches, and we're never in detached head, which is awesome, except for you can't really easily clone all of the branches. So I had to create all the branches, and then I zipped everything up, and then I put it in the release page, and then you would download the archive rather than cloning it, and that just kind of got to be a lot. So, all right, where do we have? Most Chrome extensions are blocked by a company admin. Yeah, that gets frustrating. Tags, yeah, that also gets weird with. I have one repo that does all of the different workshops, but yeah, actually for a given. That actually might be good for a given workshop. So you just get all the tags on like SauceCon 2022 _ slide ID or something like that. So you can keep it synchronized with the slides. Yeah, it's actually probably a good middle ground. Though I don't know if you're still in a detached state if you have a tag, right? Nah, doesn't matter. Are Chrome extensions blocked via even when you're doing Selenium? It should create a brand new profile. Oh. So what I am doing by putting it in, I'm cheating. I downloaded Selectors Hub. It's here. if you automatically install it as part of, we're just going to add extension with this. It's like it's a fresh install every time. And so I don't have to worry about, we're debugging specifically in this instead of my, yeah. So if we go to my, it's going to be the same thing, right? Inspect. This is the one installed on my machine. Selectors hub, same thing. So I'm getting around that restriction by doing it via Selenium, which is a brand new install, which doesn't hit that yet. All right. Any questions, anything? We're going to move along. I have no idea how we're doing on time. So we're just going to keep going. Okay, so interesting. Maintainable tests are atomic, autonomous, and short. And we'll talk about each of those, but actually probably not going to talk about short. The longer you have a browser open, the more likely something is to go wrong. As one of my colleagues who worked on Chrome said at a W3C meeting at one point, after getting really frustrated with some idiosyncratic thing, he's just like, browsers are hard. And I just think that constantly. Browsers are hard. All right, so writing atomic tests. Atomic tests means you're focused on one thing. And I like to think about this as focusing on the action. So if you're familiar with BDD, and if you wanted to get to a long, drawn-out argument about why I don't like BDD, meet me at a real conference somewhere, and we'll discuss that. Or you can, I think I've got a couple things recently posted somewhere. But anyway, same kind of idea. Given, when, then. It's the same arrange, act, assert. Those three things are kind of the three parts of every test. And setting the state just means making sure that you get to a known state every time. The test, you don't want the test to be in a different starting state when it runs multiple times, because you want to know, is this thing I care about working or not working? And then assertions, a lot of people say only assert one thing. I think that's missing the point. You only want to test one functionality, but maybe it makes sense to test that you're logged in, test that you've added something, test that it's in a list correctly, test that you got the correct success message, whatever means that the thing you did worked the way you intended. Go ahead and assert on all those things, in my opinion. All right, so next we're going to have the fun part of breaking up this journey into atomic tests. So now let's jump back to the code. Next journey here, and again, this is pretty straightforward. There's nothing earth-shattering here. Yeah. So what I did is we've got this journey test, and I'm breaking it up into 4 different things. We've got authentication tests, we've got cart tests, we've got checkout tests, and we've got navigation tests. And then I've named them the things they need to be. For the most part, this is just copy and pasting things from the journey into these different things. There's going to be some stuff that you're going to need to duplicate in order to get this to work. And so this is where we start getting into some of the abstraction stuff, and we'll talk about that next. So if we check out the exercise, split out journey into atomic tests, let's see here, the first journey thing that I implemented here was sign in with a locked-in user and validate the error. So I'm going to copy that, authentication test. I'm going to call that sign in unsuccessful. One of the things I'm doing with JUnit 5, which helps a little bit, is what is the error message if it's false? So like if we this is actually going to pass. on this. So I'm expecting this to fail, but it's actually going to pass. Oh, it's not even going to find this, so it probably doesn't. That's not going to be useful. We'll talk about that more in a sec. Okay. How are we doing in here? The parallel execution between the two is a little different. Probably the biggest downside I have, the biggest frustration I have with TestNG is that you have to use thread local for everything. It's not thread safe. You can't run tests in parallel very easily with it without making sure that you have no static things anywhere, because TestNG is designed to reuse the same class information between parallel threads, where JUnit with Maven does not. You can use Maven with TestNG, but it's one of those things where the developer of TestNG said, I'm not interested in changing. This is just how it is. And so that's one of the biggest frustrations I have working with TestNG is just you have to deal more with threads and making sure things aren't static. It's good to make sure things aren't static anyway, but that's been my frustration when I've done things with TestNG. And Austin, I'm not sure, are you asking as far as parallel execution there? Yeah. But it got a little weird for me as I was trying to abstract things out, because then I'm trying to keep some things constant, some things not constant, and I always ran into more issues trying to work with TestNG than with JUnit. JUnit all just kind of made sense to me. The more Java I learned, the more JUnit just works. But I get that a lot of people who've been doing testing for a long time have spent a lot of time in TestNG. All right, so how's everyone doing? Any questions? Like I said, most of the exercises so far have been kind of easy. All right, so the next thing I want to mention is that more testing is not always better. This is a very scientifically accurate graph with no numbers associated with it at all. But just the general idea is that when you start putting a lot of time into building up a test framework early on, you're putting more time and energy into it than value you're getting out of it because you're creating it. And that's fine. And then you start adding tests and you're getting good results and you got positive value. The problem is there's only so many of you. And especially if you don't have a good framework, if it's not very robust or things are constantly changing on the site, all of a sudden you're getting a lot of failures. And now you have to have enough resources available to the testing effort to keep up with the failures and making sure that they're not real bugs, making sure that everything is passing correctly. And at a certain point, like people talk, oh, it's diminishing returns. Well, it's not. Like diminishing returns happens like at the top of this curve. Like you've diminished returns up until the top. You start losing value when you have too many failures and you can't keep up with them. And at a certain point, you have so much stuff that you could have huge bugs. You have so many failures, you have huge bugs, and you would have no idea. You're actually, to be honest, you probably, like if that's the situation you're in, managers should like, hey, this testing initiative is really not good. Let's just start over. You'd probably get more value hiring the same number of manual testers, even though it doesn't scale, just because you're wasting more time and energy than the value you're getting out of it. And so it's super important to push back on managers for their mantra of coverage. You don't need all the coverage. You need the right coverage. And you need the best bang for your buck. If you've only got a handful of resources to maintain everything, think about, even though this test is easy, you've now added to the overall burden that your testing strategy requires. So key is, what do we want to test? How do we decide what things to test? Again, a little bit of, this is where I, again, push back on, like, we have test cases for everything. It's just like, well, what matters? What should we prioritize? We've got limited resources, limited time to do things. What should we prioritize? What is going to be the most damaging if it fails? Like, yes, there's bugs that include, typos, or this one obscure feature doesn't work, or this path that no one takes through the site is not doing the expected thing. Like, there's all sorts of things that are wrong that don't really matter. one company I was at is like, as long as we can take orders and ship product, we're okay, and things like that. So what's also most likely to fail? Like I see a lot of like, it would be horrible if you couldn't navigate through a site, but modern web applications routes are pretty standard and especially easy to test at a lower level with integration tests and such, and generally it'd be really difficult for the navigation itself to fail, unless you've hit that in your context, and then you need to prioritize that more. So again, very context dependent. What things can't be tested at a lower level, and then like just how many resources you have available. You really need to push back on adding too many things if you can't keep up. If you're running tests every day and you have more failures to check from the previous day before the test runs again, you have too many tests and too many errors and need to reevaluate. So don't fear deleting tests. Does anyone have any recommendations? So I'm gonna go to Git here. I'm gonna check out the answers. I'm gonna force checkout just to get to this. So what do we have here? We have sign in unsuccessful, sign in successful, log out. We have adding an item from the product page, removing it from a product page, adding from inventory, removing from inventory, removing from cart, checkout, entering our information with bad information, with good information, and then just completing the whole checkout process, and then the navigation stuff. In the chat channel, what doesn't seem that important? What should we be thinking about deleting? We've only got one person doing this part-time, and so these 16 tests are overwhelming, and we need to cut back on it. Yeah, absolutely. More API REST-based versus browser-based tests. But like there's a certain, it's weird the things that you catch. I've caught like there's a one service server got configured wrong, and we had tests that were failing 50% of the time because a load balancer 50% of the time went one direction and it worked, and went the other direction and it didn't. And this was actually in production. We found a real bug testing in production because something wasn't configured correctly, which gets two things. One, automatic retries sometimes cover up like huge problems, and two, like that stuff isn't going to get caught by a unit test or even necessarily an API test. So there is a certain amount of a DOM to database test is a complete where the rubber meets the road, the actual true value, is this working? Ooh, that's interesting. Delete the login success. So yeah, that's interesting. So when we split things up into atomic tests, there's going to be a lot of duplication. And I think that there is there's a case that could be made like, oh, anything that duplicates something we would previously assert on, we should skip that. I argue against that, and we'll talk about that. But that's a really good idea for how to not duplicate things. The idea behind an atomic test, though, is I want to have one place to go, and I'll show why it matters and how you can see the result. But I want one place to go to know whether or not logging in works or whether adding an item works, that kind of a thing. Right, there's all sorts of really cool shortcuts and things like that we can do going forward. Anyone else have anything we're going to delete? Because I'm going to delete all the login tests, or not all the login tests. I'm going to delete all the navigation tests because I think it's low likelihood that navigation is going to be broken, and I know the devs have integration tests for it. So anything else? And again, be a little ruthless about these things. Like if it's really not providing a sufficient additional value, push back on having it. And it also just depends on like if you've got a really robust test framework like we're going to have at the end of this session, maybe you can do more things. You can take on more tests with the same resources that you have. But it's always a balance, and it's very context dependent. I'm also just going to delete the bad information. So this is like when you're filling out your user information for checkout. I don't really care if it doesn't go through. I do want to make sure that if you do the right things, it does go through. Partly because in this app we don't do any validation. Really, we just need something needs to be in those fields. And so for this particular context, we're not actually getting much value from bad info. So I'm deleting the navigation tests and the bad info tests. And so we can see here, I deleted all the navigation tests and the checkout tests. I just deleted the bad info. So that's what I decided I'm going to delete for this. I'm going to leave this with a nice round number of 10 tests. Yeah. Andrew, I don't know if you said that before or after I did, but so yeah, so like a lot of the data stuff, it kind of depends. Are they different? Like, is the logic that's testing one the same as all of the others? And if that's the case, then I would say no. If there are different things, the data, figure out what the state is in the back end for it being added, and then use an API to set the different products into the cart or whatever it is, and then pull the API for is the state that you got when you put it in the UI match what you're getting from the API. It's essentially a different way to set state where you can test a whole bunch of combinations of permutations, and ideally you have a good enough API to get that information from it. And if you don't, I have found that developers are usually pretty good at giving you access to things with an API, because they would much rather do that than give you access to the database. And so if you threaten to go access the database in your tests, which you should never do, oftentimes they'll like, oh yeah, we could create an API for that. So that's a trick I've used in the past. Yeah, if the project different, the purchase path is the same, most likely the same code. Again, some of this is like talk to the developers. Like what code is actually getting hit? Are you actually testing different parts of the application in your DOM database test, or is it all being handled the same way in the back end? And then yeah, there's no point in there's no additional value to doing more than just the one. Recommendations for handling multilingual sites. That's mostly just focus on multilingual sites. Theoretically, will all have the same locators, and so always using data test or attribute values and not doing anything with text content should work just fine for multilingual sites. Just assume that there's no the language is just a top layer that you're never really working at. Oh, of course, totally context dependent. Everything I say is context dependent. There's always going to be an example of something that doesn't work. I have in the past created YAML files with different language values that I've had to refer to. So if we're in Spanish, then look up this welcome translation and then check to make sure that whatever it's a pain. I don't recommend it. It's possible. And Andrew, I'll talk about that when we talk about data and autonomous tests. All right. So what to abstract? This is the whole thing. What do we abstract? There are people that are like, abstract everything. It should be completely dry. If there's two places where the same code exists, it's horrific, and you should be shot as a developer. I go with the DAMP acronym. It's descriptive and meaningful phrases. It's much more important to be clear than it is not to duplicate. And so I've seen people like go really crazy and create all of these frameworks with all of this stuff, and it's just not necessary. Another one's YAGNI. Oh, you got all the acronyms here. YAGNI, you ain't gonna need it. And this goes with there's a Ruby talk on AHA, avoid hasty abstractions. Develop stuff, like work with it. And when you start seeing a pattern that develops, like, oh yeah, I'm going to end up duplicating those 3 different places, then abstract it. Don't start with, oh, I'm probably going to need this a bunch, and then build out this whole thing. I've seen people build out frameworks with the expectation that, oh, in a couple years, we're going to need to also support mobile. So let's put all of this time and energy into writing a framework that works for both. And then what ends up happening is 2 years later, everything's failing because you put all of your maintenance energy into trying to do this huge, complicated framework. And they decide that you're just going to scrap the whole thing and do the mobile testing in JavaScript instead. Not saying that's a true story, just hypothetically. Obvious code is maintainable code. You want to make sure that your test's obvious what it's doing. Easier to fix under abstraction than over abstraction. And you want to minimize clutter and you want to leverage your test runner. So what does that mean for our code? Multi-factor authentication, you'd actually be surprised what developers who are pro testing will do in a staging environment. Because if you've got a staging environment, you've got staging flag set, you can override those things. You absolutely can set it to give additional privileges and remove cross-site scripting security things. Depends on how good a relationship you have with the developers, how big the company is, all of those things. While we're talking about that, I came across this service which looks really cool for two-factor authentication. It's called MailSore. It costs money, but like as far as two-factor authentication, being able to check emails without going through the UI, please don't do that. That's horrible. This kind of thing is a much better solution. Or you can build up your own, like you can get a developer access to Google and create your own Gmail that have API access. You don't have to go through the UI to get email information. Anyway, so let's go to the code. Where's the code? All right, so I am going to start. I've decided I'm going to implement a base test class. So let's just take a look at what we have here. Right now, before in each of these, I've got the setup and the teardown. When I'm looking at this test, do I need to know that there's a driver? Does this test adding an item from a project page, do I get more information by knowing how the driver's set up or not? Not really. It's kind of irrelevant. And so I'm okay just like pushing that away. So like this is the kind of thing, let's create a base test class and put that before and after hook in there. Like let's just move that completely out of the way. Well, what about logging in this page, like cart? Every time you go to the cart page, you have to be logged in. Does it make sense to put that in a base test class? Let's check out base test class. And so in the base test, I just have it setting up the driver. And then in the cart here at the beginning, we're doing the login. So we're seeing some duplication here. Do we want to put this in the before? But then again, authentication, you don't get that either, right? Like you need to test the logging in and the authentication test. And so it doesn't make sense to put that in a before hook there, but maybe we put it in a before hook in the test itself. Actually, while we're in this, I also added reporting with the test watcher. Test watchers are really cool. You've got your test failed and your test successful. And it figures out which it is and then what you can do. One trick here that's important is to use in your after hook, whatever after hook you're in, do a try catch finally to make sure you're closing the driver. It's a big issue on Sauce Labs. People will try and do something in their after hook that breaks, and then they never call driver quit, and then so the session hangs on Sauce Labs, and you can't figure out why you don't have any sessions available. You're trying to run your tests. It's because there was some bug that kept the quit from happening. So that's a tip or a trick depending on your perspective. So let's take a look at before hooks. So in the before hooks here, I am saying in the cart, how about logging in here? When I am looking at add from product page, add item from product page, add item to cart from product page, do I need to know that we're logged in? Does that give me more context about what's going on here? Or can we just push it away and not worry about it? Well, I don't know, maybe sometimes we can log in and sometimes maybe we can do it without logging in sometimes. Is it clear from the text of the test what's going on? An alternate way of doing this instead of this, yeah, base test, just think about superclasses. Superclasses get complicated. Realize that superclasses everything in a superclass should apply to all of the subclasses. But push things up to the superclass that the test itself doesn't need to know about. We talked about test watcher, before hooks versus methods. All right, what if instead of this before hook, I use a helper method? So what does this look like? So instead of a before, I'm just going to create a method that says login, and now I put that here, so I know we're logged in, and then we carry on. Is that better than a before hook? Depends. I kind of like it. I kind of like, let's be explicit about what we've done in this. I don't need to know that we created a driver because everything needs to have a driver for this to work. But logging in, yeah, okay, yeah, that's useful to know. Notice my preferred pattern is to put one space between, this is my arrange, this is my act, and this is my assert. When I'm doing this kind of thing, I try to only have two spaces. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. If you keep your test short enough and declarative enough, this kind of approach can work. So anyway, kind of an aside. So yeah, you can have log in and then go to checkout with item, and then you can put those as part of the setup for your good info test and your cart tests. Is go to checkout with item, that starts to get weird. Go to checkout with two items, go to checkout with, right? Like this can get kind of crazy. Go to checkout with items and you pass in an integer. Like you can see how this can get tricky really quickly. So try and think of what do I need now, and don't get too tricky down the road. Like you can get trickier down the road. Try not to get too tricky too quickly. Try and keep it simple as possible early on and see what you need. All right, how are we doing in the chat? Good in the chat. Everyone doing okay? Hopefully we'll get to some more coding here in a sec. Yeah, errors that happen in your hooks depends on the error, depends on the hook, but that's why I do the try catch. On here, my base test, I make sure that it always quits regardless of what happens here. And you shouldn't catch every exception necessarily. Depends. Like put what error you think might go here. But like I'll see people like send results to an API to Jira or something like that, and then you have methods for all this stuff, and then then we're gonna save logs to wherever and then something breaks here, and then that error is out. So that's what I'm talking about. And maybe there's a specific error for save logs to wherever. You're going to catch that one, and then you're going to deal with it separate. You're going to have multiple try catches in here. Again, try to keep it simple. Just make sure you're always quitting the driver at the end. Sometimes you also want to do this in case broken. You can do that. All sorts of options to kind of make this more robust. Usually when you hit the problem, you'll see it's pretty easy to have when you add something like this when you hit that issue. Okay, so writing good tests. This is one of my favorite topics, imperative versus declarative. One of the biggest mistakes I see people make is they write all their stuff imperative, which is kind of a recipe. This is kind of what the manual test case is. It's an imperative list of exactly what to do, in exactly the order, exactly everything that you're doing, one step at a time. So it's completely reproducible. You list out all of the data you're using, all of the implementation details, everything about it gets written down exactly. In an automated test, it's much better for the test to say, this is what we're testing. This is the big picture kind of things that you care about for knowing whether or not the test is working. And then the implementation details are handled elsewhere. And we'll talk about what those abstractions look like for the implementation. But we want, and this is like if you're doing something BDD, right? Like your feature file, it should never change unless a product person wants something to change. You're saying this is the thing that we want to make sure works, and what it means for it to work is handled in an implementation abstraction. So we keep everything separate between the what and the how. And then how we do this is again a lot more conversation and art. But an imperative example is what we've been doing, right? Like we're using the Selenium driver object. We're calling Selenium methods. We're passing in specific strings. We're specifying the locators in each of these. And in this IDE example, like I don't like anything green. If it's green in my IDE, in my test, I'm going to be looking to change it. So we'll take a look at what that means. So this is where we're going to get to. This is not what I did last year, so it's different from what I showed last year. Things I like about it, things maybe doesn't work in some contexts, but obvious what's going on. We are visiting the home page. We're attempting to log in successfully with a valid user and asserting that it works. And we'll talk about why we get to this the way it is. But it's an example of I can read it. I don't even know I have to know how to code. I can read this in English and it makes sense what the test is doing. All right. Yeah, we'll talk about managing location and abstracting out, because error management's a huge thing, and that's where we'll talk synchronization and error management, all of that stuff. We're going to get to it because that's all very important. So imperative page object model. So I'm a big page object fan. I talk about page objects a lot. I've had Twitter chats and conversations and given talks on page object. It's like, everyone's just like another page object talk. I'm like, everyone I've seen that does page objects does it poorly. So why aren't we talking about this more? People can actually use it. One of the big arguments that people have against page objects is like they're kind of straw men. I'm like, yes, your page object implementation sucks, so of course you shouldn't be using it. And this imperative page object approach is one of the ways I would say if this is how you're doing it, you're better off finding a different way. So what we're doing here in our, let's do a checkout test. Essentially, we're creating a page object, great, but every single line is essentially, all it's doing is getting the element and then taking Selenium actions. So we're using the Selenium API, so an implementation detail in our page object itself. Like theoretically, you should be able to, in your implementation pages, like you could completely change to playwright or water or something completely separate, driving the things in your abstractions without having to change this. So ideally, you don't want to be doing Selenium specific things here. But this is just kind of a one-to-one. And so, what does this look like in the page object? Let's zoom to the page object here. Yeah, every single thing here is a one-liner. Locate this element. And, there's some abstractions you can do with this to make some of the error handling or something better. But even then, if you're mostly just creating a page object and then only using it to store locators. So yeah, we've got this. We're not having to put this locator. Why not put the locators in a YAML or a properties file or JSON or something? Like, why do you need to put that in a page object if all you're doing is storing locators? I talked about these a lot. my page object anti-patterns will walk through all of these because it's my workshop and we're going to do that because page objects. But there's a lot of problems, a lot of things that people do in page objects that they could do better. So this imperative page object idea, again, if this is all you're going to do with page object, might as well not bother. Page objects need to have services. This is what the page object is doing for you. We're going to have a log in. So it's not just storing the elements. It's here is what this page can do. This is not something that can be stored in a JSON file or a properties file very easily. So I am going to do this for the authentication. Check out this. So what I did for authentication here is I have written a declarative test. We're going to initialize a home page. That home page, you can see here, it has these methods. I'm going to choose login, locked out user secret sauce. That's probably the coolest thing going from Ruby to Java is because of the static methods, the static typing. You can see you can do a lot more from the IDE. Ruby, you have to use the documentation a lot more because everything, like a lot of stuff gets dynamically generated even, and so your IDE can't even help you because it's all meta programmed in. So it's kind of nice to be able to like, oh, what are my options here? That kind of a thing. Anyway, aside for multi-language considerations. So I've done that with these. If we check out the exercise, we have another exercise, finally, right? I usually go through and do all of the stuff and then add the exercises at the end, which sometimes is good and sometimes is not. So what we are doing is, check this out. There we go. So we have these pages now. So I created all of these pages. They all have methods that I added, some better than others. And so the exercise is to write all of these declaratives. So essentially, let's rewrite the tests so it follows this kind of pattern. Does that make sense to everyone? We are going to log in. We're going to new up this inventory page, but instead of getting the Bolt t-shirt, what is that going to be instead? Instead of get the Bolt t-shirt, I want to I'm on the inventory page, so I'm trying to get to, there we go, view the Bolt t-shirt product. So this is going to take us to the product page. And what is this? Does this give us this gives us a product page as a result. Now from the product page, instead of get add to cart button click, add item to cart. Does this give us anything? No. And we can see how that's implemented here. It's essentially the get add to cart button click, but it's as a service all handled for you. This is what we're doing. What if adding item to cart is a drop down instead of a click, or it's, like there's all sorts of element changes. I don't care what I'm clicking. I don't care what the element is. I just want this to happen. All right. Does that make sense? Where are we at? Yeah, Ruby is always going to be my first love, and water is amazing. I wish more languages had. We created a water port in Python called Nerodia, but it's like 2 years behind what I've done with the Ruby water, and don't have enough time or Python knowledge to update it. So I'm not really going to talk about like alternatives like screenplay, Shamim, but I Screenplay works more for a journey, and I'm focused on autonomous, and short tests. And page object is especially good in that context. If you're trying to act over a journey, the action is what's in the page object. I also like it because it's obvious what, like, oh, we made a change to this page. Like, you go to the page object to make the change in the page object. It's easier for new users to kind of just grasp the object of this view models to this class, and do things like that. Yes, we're going to talk about decoupling. That was on my list of anti-patterns we'll get to. All right. I don't know what our greater thans are, but the product page, what are we doing? Number, here we go, get cart number of elements. There we go. So this is, again, pretty simple. Get cart. This is probably giving me a integer. All right. Oh, I need to do size. Actually, probably should be. And again, this is a principle from Ruby that I love, though, is a principle of least surprise. The method says something. What should you get back? Get cart number elements. Is that a list of elements? Is that the number? Maybe it should be get number of items in cart, and then that returns integer. Then this is, you just get a count of size. Maybe something like that. And so now we don't have to call size on it. We just get. So yeah, so there's probably a better way to write that for this. I think I'll probably fix that later to make it more obvious. But just kind of yeah, and then that breaks somewhere else. But that's the kind of idea. How can we handle the need for the same verification methods within different pages? I always start with some duplication is fine, and then figure out how we want to abstract it. We'll actually show that difference here in a second, and we'll talk about how we want to do it. Common class for common assertions. Yeah, I'll show what I'm doing for that. Yeah, I guess I'm essentially doing that at some point. The key is the text of the test itself needs to be obvious what's happening. And there's different ways to abstract that away to minimize duplication. If it's better to have duplication than to abstract it in a way that's not obvious what's happening. So yeah, we'll get to wrapper classes. That's on the list. It was in the table of contents. Yeah, and we'll talk about base classes, base page, and stuff like that. Okay, how are we doing on the exercise? Are we bored yet? Are we needing more time? Kind of been bad at making exercises that are both interesting and challenging. And all of this is easier in person when I kind of walk around looking over people's shoulders to see how they're doing. Man, I miss in-person workshops. Soon. Soon. Oh, I had a get number of items in cart. I did have that. There we go. And I'm having to convert the text to, but the empty, like an empty string. That's kind of a tricky thing. An empty string, the integer value of an empty string is not 0. So I have to do a weird conditional there. And again, trying to get information, trying to scrape information off of a browser is not always the best way to validate things. So we'll show an example of where to go from that later. All right, how's everyone doing? Just going okay so far? Anyone frustrated with anything? Be nice to have anonymous comments too. So, but I don't take it personally. I can always do better with these things. I feel like I get better every time I give a workshop. And again, nothing that I'm saying is always true. So that's the other bit. Oh yeah, test date is coming up soon. Ooh, we'll talk about that. Those are all fixtures. We'll talk about that's one way to do it. Only one way. All right. Let's just keep going. We'll get to all the fun stuff that everyone's asking about. We got a lot more commits here. All right. So we got all of our answers here. So again, now we're getting more declarative. We've got a home page. We're logging in. We're verifying we're on the page. We're logging in and getting inventory page back after the login. Then we are viewing the Bolt t-shirt product from the inventory page. That's giving us a product page. And on the product page, we're adding an item to a cart. And then on the product page, we are getting the number of items in the cart and verifying it matches 1. Yeah, those are both kind of fixture related, which there's a better way to do it. All right. So here we go. So let's some housekeeping here with how we're doing our pages. We're pulling out. So what are we doing here? We're pulling out this locator information and we're putting it up at the top. And so now instead of, well, this is the stuff we had before, right? I'm like, oh, this is the imperative page after the get checkout button, get cart elements. And we're just deleting that. And we're saying instead of get checkout button, we're going to store the locators up here. And then we're going to just use those to get our elements. We're going to find element with the checkout button. Checkout button is defined here with our fun data test. And then we're going to click it. And then we're going to return an instance of the next page. And this is it's like the initial recommendation from a page object. is each method should return an instance of another page object so that it's easier to kind of do a flow in your test. We'll talk about that in a second. All right, so one of my, split out the elements, great. Oh, I guess I can talk about that real quick. I mean, another objection people have to page objects, like there's two sides, right? Like one, it abstracts too much. Those are the people like to put locators in their properties files and do all of the implementation of working with the locators in their tests themselves. But then the other side of that is page objects don't abstract enough, and there's a whole talk that the Serenity BDD screenplay people like to give about how page objects aren't solid. And they walk through the first 3 of the principles in the solid, and then they say, oh, well, screenplay isn't really either, but it's better, kind of a thing. It's like, well, whatever. I am optimizing for maintainability, not for some abstract computer, like some abstract notion that's in a book. Like, okay, there's good principles. You should know them, should understand when they apply. But hey, elements and actions both are on the same page and belong in the same page object, and trying to create another object that references those and then construct all of the objects to reference them inside the page object. It's an extra layer of abstraction that makes it much harder to use, in my opinion. So especially if you're doing short autonomous tests, splitting things out a lot more makes it harder to maintain. Okay. Magic constructors. Okay, so this is one of those patterns I got really excited about. My second job I worked out, I'm like, we're going to make everything, like, we're going to initialize, like, and I know smart people that have built out their frameworks like this. Initializing a page object will do everything that's necessary to get you to that page object. It'll essentially automatically set the state for being on that page object. So, here's an example. If you're not on the page, let's go to the home page, and let's log in, and now you're going to be on the inventory page, right? And so, magic. Problem is it's not always obvious what's being done. Like, sometimes there's several different ways to the page object. Doesn't matter which it is. One of the does every page object have a magic way of getting to it? Can you be consistent? Like, again, principle of least surprise. When you initialize it, is it obvious what's going on? I always like to think about, how can a user break it? What if you initialize a page object, do something else with a page object, and then go back to the variable that you stored the initial page object in? It's no longer in the state that it is expecting to be in, and yet you can use it to do all sorts of things. And then just in general, one of my mentors told me at one point, all conditionals are bugs, which your mileage may vary, but think about that every time you're doing a conditional. Is what is going on that I need to choose one thing over another? Is there a way to subclass it instead? Is there a way to be explicit about what's going on instead of trying to guess current state? Less guessing that happens, the better. So my magic constructors for inventory page, and so essentially you can get rid of your login, because you're just like, when you initialize an inventory page, it magically happens. A little better than this is to have a explicit visit method. And so rather than magically putting that in your constructor, if it's not on the page, do this, have a visit method. And this can be a static, it could be static and return an instance of the page. I kind of like that pattern, especially in Ruby. It kind of depends in Java how you're doing other things, whether it makes sense to have it be static or have it just be a normal method on the existing instance, but something like this, and then we can be more specific about what we're doing. Instead of just new homepage, we are visiting the homepage. So now we know, looking at the test, exactly what's going on. There's no mystery. And again, and I'm keeping the login because I want to know that we've logged in rather than just we're on an inventory page, so we must be logged in. All right. So I like this kind of pattern of making it explicit. There's no guessing. All right, so now we get to coupling. Actually, let's take a look at the comments. How are we doing? Yeah, I agree. Knowing academic principles is important. Like, reading the blog posts and understanding when things are good. It's also interesting because I actually am finding a number of the patterns that didn't really apply to Ruby. Like, it just didn't matter. Like, okay, yes, that's a thing, but I don't have to care about it because Ruby matters a little bit more in Java when things get static type. So that's been kind of an interesting discovery. It's like, oh, okay, yes, this is actually more important in this context where it wasn't in a previous context. So again, the more you do with multiple languages, the more interesting these things get. All right, so what are we talking about with these couple page objects? In Ruby, this really doesn't make sense to do. In Java, one of the advantages of returning an instance of the next page is you get compile time errors. Like if it's not working, if this isn't giving you the next thing properly, you get a compile time error and you don't have to try and go through the flow and see that there's something wrong. And that kind of makes sense. My major objection with couplings, and again, this is something I did in my third job. I got like, oh, we're going to couple all the things. We're going to make sure that the outputs make exact sense for everything. This makes more sense for a user journey approach than it does for an atomic test. You just don't have as many things that need to be chained necessarily if you're trying to do things more atomic, especially with some of the advanced things we're doing down the road. The other thing is you have a deterministic test, and deterministic means you don't have conditionals. You're not checking the state of the system to determine what action to take. Your test always does the same thing every time it runs. You know what your starting condition is. You know what you're doing to that starting condition all the way through the test. So, I like to say the test already knows. It doesn't make sense to store the flow information in both the page objects and the test, because if the flow changes, you have to change it in both places. Is that relatively easy to do in Java, where your IDE can just manage it easier? Yes, it's still more work. And plus, I don't think you're saving a lot by doing it. Like, I don't see it as like, this can get confusing when you're chaining all of these things: login, add, go to, checkout, submit. Like, someone gave a talk at Selenium Conf a few years ago where they're like, oh, I like to write messages. Like this becomes a whole sentence in my Fluent. There's a whole lot of, do I actually talk about reasons I don't like Fluent? No, I've got a whole slide on reasons I don't like the Fluent pattern in general. Has to do with like subclassing is a lot harder when you start doing Fluent things. Just, again, chaining stuff doesn't always tell you where things are at any given point. So I'm going to decouple these things. Let's check this out. What does it look like when I'm decoupling things? Mostly we're going to see, let's take a look at the checkout test, right? So like checkout, instead of, hey, we've got a new instance and doing something and getting the result back, I'm just going to I'm adding a line to initialize the object and then taking the action. So instead of this giving me the object, I'm just creating a new one here. Like, is it easier or harder to read? you know, maybe the same. It's still obvious what's going on. It's not adding complexity. It's not doing anything. So to me, it seems like let's add an extra line is worth not having that coupling. But again, if it makes sense to you, if you already have stuff implemented that way, it's not the worst thing ever. There's just reasons not to do. A lot of people are very fanatic about you have to do it this way. And I'm like, I don't think so. No one's screaming at me yet. And the only Fluent I really like is like a builder pattern for constructing an immutable object. I like that idea because you're setting and done kind of a thing. If you can take multiple actions and you're trying to do a flow, it's not always obvious where you are. Like looking at this, I don't necessarily know, wait, am I on the product page when I do this, or if I'm adding it from the inventory page? Like I have to like, wait, did I go to okay, we're just adding it to the, like, it's not obvious, as obvious as it could be just looking at it. What page am I on when I'm doing this? I like to know that thing. It's harder when it's coupled. Not a huge thing. Oh, the other thing about this, I forgot I was going to talk about this. So what about a site that you don't have to log in to add things to the cart, but you do have to log in when you check out? How are you managing the returns? Like the checkout, the authentication form is exactly the same locators, like it makes sense to put that in one page object, but the return value for login is different depending on which page you started on. So do you create separate classes where one class is, login from homepage and the other is login from cart page? Do you have different methods, login from cart, login from homepage in the same login page class? Not always obvious like what you should do when you get into complicated patterns. So again, it seems like the places I get excited to implement a pattern, I go to use that pattern, and then I run into, for whatever reason, the context of that company and site made it obvious why that doesn't always work. And so some places it would work just fine, and some places you're going to run into problems. You have to do a bunch of weird conditionals, and then you're like, oh, am I subclassing in Ruby, and am I doing mix-ins? Like what crazy stuff do I have to do to make it work in a way that makes sense and is obvious? And you can do it. It's just and a lot of the stuff I'm talking about here is like I try to think of like the general solution rather than a specific solution. You can absolutely come up with specific solutions that work really well in your context, but like generally what kind of patterns are likely to work in more contexts. I did a job interview with someone a couple of years ago, was applying for a job at Sauce. He's like, hey, take a look at this amazing framework that I built. And I look at him like, oh my, why would you do this? And then I talked to him and was working through like, oh, what's the context of your app? And he's like, oh, our app does this, this, and this, and this. I'm like, oh, yes, this code makes perfect sense for that context. But like, I've not seen any other web application that does the same thing. And so pretty much no one else can use this great open source tool that you created. Though I do wish more people would open source their tools, even if they're not necessarily generically useful. All right, where are we at in the code? Okay. So yeah, here we go. Decouple page objects, not an extra line to do these things. Still obvious what page I'm on when I'm taking the action. I like it. All right, so now our page objects, if we look at them, we've got a number of methods that are exactly the same. Like this is on page. We are checking to see if the URL static private or the static final field which is labeled URL on every single page object, on all 4 of these page objects, equals the current URL. Should this go in the base page? 95% of people put it in the base page. Get number of items in cart. Again, applies to multiple things. Most people will put it in the base page. Should we do that? Anyone want to put in the chat why we should or shouldn't do that? I guess I'm kind of telling myself if I'm like leading questions here. Yeah, it's interesting because it's not just a single test, it's multiple page objects. So there is duplication, absolutely is duplication. And if you know, everyone's just like, never repeat yourself. Like the same code has to be somewhere common. But does it belong in the base page? I'm gonna call it the kitchen sink base page, where you put everything except for the kitchen sink in your base page. So anything that happens in more than one page object, any helper methods for frames, alerts, and windows, any global weighting strategies, any logic that you don't know where else to put it, people put it in the base page. And I've literally seen base pages that are thousands and multiple thousands lines long with just a grab bag of everything. And this is where we get back to the computer science principle of every superclass should only contain things that are relevant for the subclass. And so just something that works for more than one superclass or for more than one subclass doesn't mean you should go in the superclass. Ruby, you can get tricky with multiple inheritance and mix-ins and all of this other stuff, and that is one option. It's not really an option in Java because multiple inheritance is a thing. You can have a lot of really crazy nested, and don't get too crazy like nesting subclasses. Like if you go more than a couple deep, it's harder to read. One pattern that I haven't done that I've been interested in exploring is a base page and then have 2 page objects, one that's for input and one that's for output. So like you have forms to fill and you have, you know, results to read off the page. That kind of makes sense. You can put common things in there. What's another alternative to this? So where are we at? Yeah. So yeah, so you can get into ontologies get difficult. This is an instance of this, which is an instance of this, which is an instance of this. And then it's like, oh, but this one's kind of where it fits in both. And so how do we create that gets difficult. I'm not sure what you mean by page object component. I think, well, I might answer that in a second. Let's keep going. So I think this is probably what you're talking about, a component, a section. So I'm saying, aha, the header section exists on every single page. You know, when we're looking at this, exists in the cart, exists in the checkout, right? It's always the same. Do we repeat all of the elements and the functions that happen at the top? Do we repeat that in all of the page objects? Again, at one of the companies I worked for, I'm like, ooh, I'll get tricky and do mix-ins. And so it's essentially a way to do multiple inheritance where I'll put all of the things in the header and then I'll mix it into every single page. And at some point I'm like, wait, that's kind of dumb. Why not just have a header section? And now if we're decoupling the page object, it doesn't matter what page we're on, just initialize a header section instance and then use it because you're looking at the header. And it doesn't really matter what page it's on for you to do the thing that you need to do with it, probably. So let's take a look at our code. So what am I doing here? I think that's what I'm doing here. So I created a base page. what I decided all I'm putting in it is the driver. So that means the cart page just loses, I'm not storing that anymore. And then I'm getting rid of this get number items in cart from the cart page, and I'm going to put it in this header section. So the header section is now doing get number of items in the cart, and it's also doing the logout, and then storing all the elements related to that. So I'm pulling out those things. There's the other one, information page. Nope. There we go. So I pulled out logout from inventory page because it doesn't really belong to inventory page, pulling out get number of items in the cart. So what were the things that we saw? Get number of items in the cart. Instead of putting this in the base page, we are putting it in a header section. Does this change our idea of what a base page is? Should we be putting the is on page method there? I mean, one of the things that I was trying is to do like annotations that, you know, optional, like what does it mean to be on a page, and so what's optional. That kind of worked. I haven't really played with that idea enough to know if that's a great idea long term, but I implemented this last year in my example, where essentially I'm putting the visit method in the superclass, and then now I have to use generics, right? It's the main use of a generic. It's to return an instance of the subclass from a method in the superclass. So now we have to implement generics and do all of that in order to get the same functionality. Well, not every page object has a page URL. And so what are we doing? If we can call visit, but if there's no page URL, what is it doing? I noticed I didn't put any error handling here or any restrictions, which I should, because you're allowed to call it on these instances where it doesn't really apply. So I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm just going to be like, hey, we're going to have a different is on page and a different visit method for each of these page objects. And I'm just going to be okay with that duplication right now. Kind of makes sense that it's implemented, but it doesn't, you know, header section doesn't make sense to really, I don't really care. I don't really have any interest in determining whether I'm on the page. It's the same kind of thing like, oh, do we put this in a, I mean, one of the things I'm still not good at in Java is interfaces. So that's definitely a deficiency in my Java skills still. But like, it doesn't really make sense for me to have an interface that has a visit and is on page because header section wouldn't implement that. So maybe we put that in all of the things that, all of the pages where it matters, and we don't on the pages it doesn't. And we could have default values. So maybe that's a good way of doing it. I haven't played with it enough to really get that. Anyone else done a lot with interfaces to know whether a default method for that would be a good way of doing it? Yeah. The idea is that, you know, like if don't nest things too much and only put things in the superclass that applies to all of the subclasses is the principle. Now maybe it's easier rather than creating a whole separate weird thing. You just like, let's just throw that in the superclass and be done with it. Because it's crazy and complicated and we don't want to have that duplicated in all of our code. I mean, one of the reasons why I'm like, you know, it's okay to have this duplicated in places is because is oh, that's the one I'm looking for. Do they have a visit? I don't even, what do they do with the visit methods? Anyway, something like this is on page. Like, it's small, it's one line, it's fine. We can put it on the multiple pages. It's not really going anywhere. It's not making this class harder to read. And if we had too many methods, it's going to make it hard to read, which we don't want. But having a visit and an is on page in all of our page objects, I'm going to call that fine for this. All right. How are we doing? Guess we're the halfway for time. I think we're doing okay on time. Any questions or anything? Is that Austin? Is that what you were asking about the component? Something like a header section? So the next thing. Oh, okay, yeah. And there's different ways of doing things like that. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is assertions and exceptions and their applicability to page objects. I am against having assertions in page objects and against having exceptions in tests. I think they fulfill two separate purposes. And this is kind of the reason why I like an explicit login test, even if everything else is using a login functionality. Assertion means something different. It means I have evaluated the functionality and it does not work. Whereas an exception failure is I can't even evaluate it because something happened. So if login were broken, I would have one assertion failure, which is the login test, and then all of the tests that rely on logging in would have exceptions. So it would be easy for me to know what's going on just by looking at my test results, because oftentimes the test results will look like this. You've got a passes, a fails, and a raises exception. So I just look at, oh, hey, what's the fails assertion? Now I know what's going on, and I can look at it directly. If everything's an assertion failure, if everything raises an exception, I now have to dig through. It's just going to take a little bit more time. And is that the time that I save doing that, does that matter? But I like having a visual that gives me additional context to make, just minimize time that I have to spend thinking about, OMG, what's going on? Everything's failing. Ugh. I'm going to go get some coffee before I dive into this. Instead of just like, oh, hey, login's broken. Let's figure out how to fix it. Figure out what's going on. Where are we at? Yeah, I'm saying you don't even have to do a my page get header. Just initialize a header instance and take some action on it. Like it doesn't, you don't have to have the getter methods even. Just, you know what page you're on, you take an action, you initialize a header, and you take an action on the header. And it's very obvious in your test that you are on this page and you're taking this action on the header without having to do any additional methods and adding things to navigate between objects. So that's my preference for that. And again, preference is to do that rather than putting anything in the base page just for, because, and another thing to keep in mind is the login page does not have that header, right? So it doesn't apply to every single page object that we're using. So yeah, but again, this is all context dependent. Maybe in your context, that's just a really easy thing to do. And so you add it in and everything just makes sense and it's obvious, and there's no edge cases for you, which is great. Okay, code. Got an exercise coming up. All right. So moving page object methods to determine. What is this? What did we do here? Right, so I implement it with header section, and so I'm asking the header section if it's logged in rather than the inventory page. Same thing here. So we're just going through. And note that I'm using Booleans, and someone said asserting true on a Boolean is not ideal. You're right. What kind of comes down to who has what responsibility. What is the test responsibility versus the page object? I said the page object is trying to abstract out implementation details. So you have your business logic in the test and the implementation of that logic in the page object. Any flow that's necessary, I like that in the test rather than the page object. Page object gives you the services and the elements that you're working with. Typically just direct access to the services and not direct access to the elements. That's why my locators are private in the page object. Tests, the tests are the ones that have the opinions. It's where you're making the assertions. I also don't like soft assertions. You know, so there's soft assertions. That's like where you try and log all the errors throughout a flow, and then at the end you spit out, here's all the problems I found. Pretty much the first time you have an error, if it's something that actually matters, you can't be guaranteed to be in the right state to test the rest of it. And also it's not, again, atomic. You are testing each thing individually rather than trying to get a whole collection of information dumped somewhere at the end. It gets into like what kind of reporting options you have and things like that. So what does it mean, these different responsibilities for how we are doing our assertions? So the obvious one here is like, oh, the test is just going to define what success is, right? Like this is a great error message, right? We are saying that the expected URL is this hard-coded string, and we are going to use the Selenium method to get the current URL and check to see if they're equal, and they're not. The problem is this is not declarative. We've got implementation details in our test, which we don't like. So it's useful information, really quick to understand what's going on, but it's not abstracting out implementation details. So what is how do we deal with implementation details and opinions, right? Like there's kind of some overlap between the two. And kind of the way I came up with, like, so one option here is let's use a Boolean method. This is kind of what I've been doing here. Both the error message and stack trace are completely unhelpful here. We've got expected true, got false, right? Like super useless, you know, and even like login not successful, expected true, got false. Like, okay, yes, we're testing the login. Obviously it wasn't successful. That's not super useful. Why did I even put that there? I don't know. I copied it from last time. So that's what I've been doing. That's kind of that's my commit message. We're using vague Boolean object methods to determine success. Yeah. So what's an alternative to that? Let's just talk about errors real quick. Like, okay, I want to add an item to the cart, but I did something to accidentally log in. What failure am I going to get when I'm going through the test for adding an item to a cart if I'm just doing an imperative test? I absolutely am going to get an error where it can't find the element on the inventory page to add to the cart. That's my failure message. And it'll look something like this. I think I copied this from last time, so I'm not exactly sure. Super unhelpful. It's not a great message because I don't know why it can't locate that element. The stack trace isn't useful because it's got me in the inventory page, and the problem we had isn't in the inventory page. So it's a mostly useless result. Like, it's going to take me time to debug this, and that's a big factor in maintenance costs, is how long is it going to take you to figure out why a test is failing? Is it real? Is it flaky? Is it a problem? What's going on? This is useless in helping us with that. So this isn't ideal. How do we address this? So then, like, well, what if we have a validation method that defines success? And so the test itself has the opinion, but what the implementation of that opinion is in the page object. So that's we're getting a little murky territory as far as trying to differentiate those things. But what if in my test, I'm like, hey, let's log out and let's validate that we are, no, this should be the opposite. This should validate we're not logged in. That's nice. Oh, which is why we got this exception. I'm reading the whole thing. So we're saying, oh, validate login. We know we're logged out. And so what is the error message we get? We get unexpected exception thrown, page validation exception. So I've created a new exception to give us specific information. And I'm like, user is not logged in, found error, epic sad face, username and password. So I have created something where now it's obvious exactly what's going on, and everything I need to know is in the error message. And I could have gone down one level, but it's the validate login method at least puts me in the right page object, presumably. I guess not, because of the logout, then it would be the header section. So that's another weird thing, is like which page object are we asking about the results? Like if I put it in the home page to validate instead of the header section, I'm now in a different page object than the action I was interested in. Like there's more we can do here. So we're getting more information. Stack trace is unhelpful in this case because I'm asking the wrong page object, so it's not tied into the logout method. It's tied into the assertion, the result. So where are we in? So assert validation methods that use a custom error. So if I check that out, so I've created my own page validation exception so that I'm throwing something specific that I own. And I'm saying in these, I'm going to validate that we're finished by saying if we're not complete, then throw this. And this is going to be called from the exception or from the test. So again, validate logged out, validate logged in. So the result of this is either nothing or an exception. So it's a way to, so this is kind of a way to pass useful information back to the test without having to roll out a Boolean or hard-coded information in the test, implementation details in the test. All right, how are we doing? Who's talking about things in here? Yeah, I didn't make this clear, Andrew. A page object doesn't have to be a page. A page object can be any view, any chunk on a page. And if we try and decouple page object from collection of services somewhere in the app, the only key is that it should be obvious. It should be navigation bar section. It should be left menu section or right menu section or something that can be common. So how does the validate function then evoke if the exception happens in logging? So the idea is the login itself is not going to have an exception unless, so right, this is a good point. So what I am doing is I'm making an assertion that it doesn't throw on the validation. If it does throw an exception, I am going to get an assertion failure, not an exception. So I know that I was able to take the action of logging out, but it did not, but it was not successful. Now, if logout itself is broken, like for instance, the element that I'm using to locate logged out is not there, so I can't find the element for submitting username or whatever, I'm not actually testing the log out functionality from the perspective of, I guess I kind of am. And there's a way we could kind of roll that up a little bit more, but it's like taking, I guess it depends on like, are we taking the action and sending it to the service and that's what we're evaluating, or is it the whole method of interacting with each thing? So you're right, we would actually get an exception saying we couldn't find this element, which is technically part of login. But what we would get still with that is let's go to our login. This would give us an exception here. So ideally we come up, we're going to talk about coming up with a custom exception for when you can't find an element, but at least the stack trace will be useful, right? Like the problem is actually that it can't deal with this, and that's in our login method. And so we could still have a good error and we could still have a good stack trace because it's taking us right to where the actual problem is, as opposed to we submitted it, the wrong thing happened, and then we're asserting that the right thing happened and getting an assertion failure. Yeah, I started out thinking that it all had to be connected, and then I realized that that's just extra overhead. If my test is not trying to do the magic thing of coupling things, and I get past that, I can just initialize whatever I want, wherever I want, and it's obvious in the test still what happens. There's just no added advantage to doing it. right, lead to the daisy chaining things, right? And again, if you get past that mindset of I don't actually need to daisy chain things, then yeah. So it's kind of cool. Like, and again, if it works in your context, then that'll be a useful thing moving forward. I give you permission to do it. A lot of people get upset at things like that. All right, moving on. So this is also where things get interesting because I like opinionated methods. So use an opinion page object method. So we have two things we're testing. We're testing a login unsuccessful and a login successful. The actual stuff we're doing to cause that is the same. They're both logging in, but the validation as a result is different. So what if we are... So this is a little weird because now I'm conflating, I said arrange, arrange, act, assert. I am conflating act and assert. I am. And that may or may not be what you would like to do, and that's fine. But this is saying this is the action I'm trying to take. And my assertion is because I'm putting an opinion as part of the method, it's now obvious what the assertion is. Did we log in successfully? So it's again kind of pushing the opinion back a level into, and there's a really cool advantage of doing this. And again, here's our custom error message again that we get, like, user's not logged in, we found an error, and a list of the error. So what are we actually doing in there? So I didn't show the validate logged in. What I'm doing is if whatever is logged in, method does in header section. If we should be logged in, but it says we're not, then hey, let's find all of the elements that are errors, put it in a list, and if we find stuff, let's add that to the custom error exception. We got a page validation exception, and we're just going to pass in the additional information that will give us the context we need to not spend a whole lot of time digging into the problem and reviewing the logs and all the rest. Just like, oh, hey, it says this problem, what's going on? But then if we get to so what am I doing with our remove item successfully? And again, if we've got, I probably wouldn't do this if I just have successful. I'll probably leave successful, but not remove item. Like, does it really make sense to put this somewhere else if we're only ever using it here? Like, oh, what if we might want to in the future do that? We should, no, wait till you need an unsuccessful, then move it out, in my opinion. But, so then finish successfully, we're going to click and then validate that it's finished as part of the page object method. And again, what this also does is it puts the error in the stack trace properly. So we get a good stack trace if this has a problem. Log out successfully versus log out. Same kind of thing. I might move this into here. We did some other things there. So anyway, that's kind of the idea. Why would we do this though? Like, that's okay. That's neat, Titus. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. What you get from that is a bonus, and the reason why this is a great pattern is you can now add synchronization, because synchronization is the biggest problem with flaky tests. Like, where most of your failures are happening. Any place you can add additional synchronization, you're going to win. So what does that look like here? So now in the base page, we're going to add a wait. So now when we remove an item successfully, let's wait until that happens. So rather than checking right away and like, oh, it wasn't removed, let's move on. We can say, let's wait to see if it's eventually going to be removed, because maybe it's a race condition and we check too quickly for the thing to decrement on the page and it's not actually there yet. So this makes it a lot easier to ensure that we actually are where we think we are, and if we're not, give that exception. And this is, again, a great way. Again, we're putting ourselves in the method to get the good stack trace. We're getting a good error message, and yet we are synchronizing and making sure that, yes, for sure, this isn't actually happening. It's not just that we had a brief time thing, because it's not enough just to and this is especially useful for getting information from something, like get the current URL, right? Like wait for it to be there rather than maybe take it, especially with things like form submission. There can be a time between when you submit it and when the URL changes. I've run into that a lot, troubles. Oh yeah, I remember the company that had that issue. I'm like, you got a race condition here. We'll talk about race conditions again in a minute, but now we're putting all of that in the super so that we can get the weight, the weight object. We're just having one weight object. This is the Selenium weight until. Oh, this is another thing to mention. I actively recommend not using expected condition classes. This is the way to use a Lambda in Java, and Lambdas have been available since Java 8. Always use Lambda. In fact, Jim removed expected weight classes from .NET entirely. He's like, everyone should be using anonymous function. Everyone should be using a Lambda like this. Exactly what you want to wait for. The weird thing about the expected conditions, I've seen people nest them in weird things. So we're checking this, and we're checking the other thing, and then we're checking this third thing, and then but the third thing is also checking the first thing and the second thing, and then you've gotten a loop, so it's actually checking it twice. It gets really confusing what all is getting waited for, where if you can be specific, this is what I care about for logging out successfully, it's obvious what's going on. And we can abstract this a little bit more. That'll be fun. I don't know if anyone else in here, someone in the house is very unhappy. So that's the idea behind an opinionated method, is we are now able to assert on it, and we're able to synchronize with it. And so like those two things together, I think being able to synchronize on it makes asserting on it okay. Like probably if we didn't get the synchronization, I'd be like, we don't really need to assert on that. That's kind of conflating two things. We don't really need it. But the combination of those two things, I think, is really powerful. I think the last time I gave a page object talk, people argued with me afterwards for quite a while. All right, how are we doing on comments? We're good. Everyone agrees with me. That's great. I like it when everyone agrees with me. I think one of my favorite quotes is, I don't always agree with myself. What did I say? I said that in some talk. Even I don't agree with myself most of the time. So yeah, so opinionated methods, again, get good, useful, interesting things at the cost of kind of conflating two things in the test, but the test is still obvious, and so I'm okay with it. All right. Next into the data. All right, so anyone have any questions on my favorite topic of page objects? Yeah, there are people that are just like, oh, you're not abstracting enough. Like, you're not single responsibility principle if you're putting both elements and actions on the same page. And I'm like, I don't really care about single responsibility. I care about maintainability. And for me, most of the time, having elements and actions on the same page is more maintainable. It's easier to read. It's easier to see where everything is. I don't have to open multiple places. So Lambda, oh yeah, that's good. Expected conditions implement a Lambda underneath. They just are abstracting out. And essentially what's happening here is this is a function. It takes a driver, and this is what represents it as Lambda. This until method is going to keep executing this code until it returns true. And so if I need to return false, then I put a bang in front of it. So it'll just keep executing it. And this is, Ruby has never had expected conditions classes. It's always, I think Python added expected conditions because, I don't know, lambdas and procs and blocks in Ruby are like built in super easy. So, but yeah, it'll keep executing this chunk. So exactly the chunk to say, this is what I'm waiting for, keep executing it. And one of the nice things is it's called a closure, right? So like, this doesn't even necessarily have to be defined at this point. Like you can put things in here that are stored and then executed. Like the variable can exist when it's executed, if not when it's defined. So there's some cool things that you can do with the lambdas, and I've done a lot of it in Ruby, not as much in Java. Does that answer your question? Yeah, this gets weird. I'll show an example of elements that take parameters and things like that. This gets weird. Yeah, it eliminates the need for any expected addition. Wait, I instantiated it in the super class, which is why we moved to super. So this driver, and we're just storing projected wait, and we're just initializing it, and everything's using 20 seconds. I could have put this as some kind of setter and made this variable, but for the purposes of this, got in an argument with my colleague Nikolai recently about how high this should be. He's arguing for smaller values so that if you have failures, it doesn't wait too long. And I'm just like, I would, like, this is all about race conditions. I would, if you've got a slow app, I would rather wait an extra few seconds for whatever you're waiting for to maybe show up. This is one of those things. I'm not a big machine learning type person, but this is the kind of thing where let's get all the statistics of how long does it usually take before a page is loaded, before an element can be clicked, before those things, and then just make sure that you are giving a comfortable cushion on top of that. If everything's happening right away, this doesn't need to be too large, but I would much rather have longer failures versus more failures is the trade-off. That, again, kind of depends, but that's the idea of that. All right. Anyway, we can talk more pages whenever you want, literally, anytime you want. We'll talk page objects. You have my Twitter. It's on every page of. I had someone steal my presentation at one point. Is this on here? Yeah, I had someone steal some of my materials at one point, so now I only give out PDFs instead of PowerPoints, and they all have my name on them because I learned that lesson. So anyway, Twitter handle. Anyone have any questions? Feel free. All right. Anything else? All right. Diving into data. Oh, that's. I love it when I got animations and don't mean to. All right. So autonomous tests. Autonomous tests are all about data management. Essentially, you want to be able to run all of your tests in any order, at the same time as each other, or in isolation. Like any of those, the test should pass. It should be responsible for setting all of the state it needs. There's a number of different ways that you can do this. The first and the most fun is what I call the grab and hope method, which is like, oh, we need to add a product. Let's just add the first thing. We don't care what product. Let's just add the first product to the site and check out with it. True story. I once ran so many tests by grabbing the first product and putting it in the cart that the back end it was running against ran out of stock, and so it started failing. And I'm like, why is this failing? I'm like, oh, it's out of stock because I ran too many tests against this particular database. Staging environment. So it's got its downsides. It's like you just don't always know the state that it's in when you grab and hope. But it's super easy, especially if you've got like an existing staging environment that is stood up for indefinitely. All right, static reference. This is I kind of split these out. So static reference is like, again, a traditional QA staging environment. What's there? The data in there has been around forever and it's maintained. And we make a list of, we have created this user with this name that has these properties, and I am hard coding that into my code with saying that this user should be used for these tests. And this other user that has this setting is going to be used for these other tests. So we hard code all of that. And sometimes this is done in large Excel spreadsheets or what have you, but it's all hard coded and all somewhat limiting. Especially you have to make sure that you're not using the same user on two different tests that are each trying to do something different. Like, it gets confusing. And then the more tests you have, the larger your spreadsheet gets. There are maintenance issues and potential, as well as just potential failures and flakiness. It's interesting to me the number of times when someone runs a test suite in parallel, they have weird failures, and then you run it, and then you run each of the failing tests again, and it works fine. It's just you get weird failures when two tests that are doing different things in the same setting, one causes the other to fail, and it happens more often than you realize. Another thing, this is again, someone was talking about injecting things in a database. I call this a dynamic fixture, where essentially at the beginning, like, you wipe the database at the beginning of the test run, you inject all of the test data that you need. This again, you still are maintaining your Excel spreadsheet with all of the data that you've populated and exactly where it's going to be used for which test in which place. Again, you have to maintain that one-to-one correlation between all of those things. Like, oh, I changed this data because I needed to do this. Oh, that actually affects this other test. I didn't realize it because we have way too many tests with way too much data. Actually make sure that everything's working. The only completely reliable solution to ensure that your tests are anonymous is for every single test to be responsible for all of the data it uses. Every single test creates all of the data it needs when it needs it and uses it. And it's completely independent of everything else. That is not always possible. Sometimes it's a real pain to create a user on a site, and so you have to use a pre-existing user. Sometimes it's actually doable to create a new user, and you just don't do it because you didn't realize that you could do it. If you could create a new user and set the state you need on the user in real time for the test, what does it do? It increases the time of execution because you have to set that up every single test. What is more important than how long your test takes to run? Maintaining the test suite. And if you've got random failures because you don't actually have autonomous tests, it's well worth it, the extra time to create the data for each test, because then you know that the problem with the failing test isn't because of a collision with data, because the data is completely independent. So again, context dependent, use it where you can. You can probably use it more places than you realize. See where that might be an option for you. And again, that also means you don't have to futz with a database and injecting things at the start of your test. You can treat it as a true black box. I call that a gray box test when you're injecting something in the database ahead of time, because what you've injected in the database doesn't necessarily actually represent the way an end user would put the database in there. So you're making this assumption, assuming the data in the database looks like this, and it may not be true. Then does this DOM the database test work? I'm calling it a DOM to database test instead of an end-to-end test because my soapbox is that end-to-end test is a confusing term. Testers usually think of end-to-end test as a journey. You create a user, you go to some object, you create an object for the user, you do something else, and you follow it through, and then at the end, that's an end-to-end test. And developers think of an end-to-end test as testing the full stack from the DOM to the database. And so instead of end-to-end tests, I call them DOM to database tests and journeys. So that's my soapbox. All right, let's go back to the code. And before I go back into the code, let's see how people are thinking of. Oh yeah, we'll talk more about the API at the end. But yeah, that's where the power of this comes. That's how you make up for the speed difference. But even if you can't do it by the API, I swear, going slowly through the UI to set up all of the data that you need as needed, well worth the extra overhead. Especially if you've got a good framework managing synchronization, things like that. Synchronization is really the kind of the limiting factor for some of those things. We'll get to that next. All right, code. Implement a user data object. So similarly to how we created page objects to abstract information about the view, we are going to create a data object to abstract out the information about the object that we're working with. So here we go. User data object. This is just straight Java beans. We have two fields, and we've got setters and getters for all of them. Is this the best way to do it? Nah. Is it a common Java practice? Sure. So here we go. So now in authentication test, we are defining a locked out user, we're setting the username and the password for it, and then we're using it in the method. I mean, this isn't necessarily like the reason, like this is a little different because there's contextually useful information about the specific strings for this particular site. But normally if you're on an app and your username is Bob and your password's Fido123, like that's not telling you anything interesting. Like there's no information about what does that data represent. Is that a good user, a bad user? Is that password not complex enough? Is Bob locked out? Like all of those things, we don't know. And so the idea is instead of this imperative data, we create a data class, like I showed, and like, oh, we have a valid user or a locked out user, and we're being explicit about the type of user based on the name. But still, this isn't like, hey, we're just setting a variable, like really, like that's not super useful like this, and it's not. So what are we going to do with the data class? Let us implement static methods for this. So what are we getting in the static method? I am defining in the abstracted out user class what a valid user means and what a locked out user means. And I've seen people pull this information from a YAML file, and I'm okay with that. Like dynamically pull, like look up in a JSON or whatever, valid, and then pull those out and then set the object with that. Sure, whatever. I would rather this hard-coded information in a user object, a data object, than in the test. So however much you want to add, like if you've got a metric boatload of data that needs to be managed with different static methods, maybe it makes sense, and especially if there's like a million fields that have to get set, setting constants in config files makes sense to me. So that's a valid way to do it, especially if, again, Yagni, don't do it unless you have scaling issues or have conditional issues. And I'll talk about that when we get to configuration later. All right. So now, instead of having to set username and password, we are using a static method to return an instance of a user that represents a locked out user. And now we are locked out user get username, locked out user get password. Great. So now we've got contextually useful information, semantically helpful, locked out or valid, and we know what's going on. We get an idea of what this user represents when we're using it. Okay. What about default data? What if we don't care? Like we don't actually care what, like if I'm creating a new user, right? Like I can't create a user on this site because it doesn't actually have a backend, so it doesn't really make sense. But on most sites, if you're authenticating something and you can create a user, or you create a new address or create a new person or whatever it is, you have the ability to do random data. And I don't actually care what those values are. I just want a username and password. So this is where Faker comes in. Faker is a Perl library ported to Ruby, now ported to Java. My favorite Faker library apparently stopped getting updates a couple years ago, so I had to find a new Java Faker library, but it's a fork, so it's all the same thing. You've got the Faker instance, you've got what type of data it is, and literally everything that can be put on a form exists in Faker. It's really awesome. You've got internet stuff, name, address, lorem, which is like sentences and paragraphs, and like give me 3 sentences and give me, a name that's got, 10 character, a word that's got 10 character, whatever it is, credit card, all of that stuff. Date time. The most important one though is Chuck Norris. This is Ruby example here with the Chuck Norris facts from an IRB. But if you are not familiar with Chuck Norris facts, and there's always someone in every talk I give that is not familiar with Chuck Norris facts, please do yourself a favor and go check out some Chuck Norris facts. But yeah, in the Faker library, there's a lot of very the computer science specific Chuck Norris facts. Chuck Norris's code fails to compile, the compiler apologizes. So you can also recite pi backwards, which is a fun one. So anyway, so we are going to use the faker class, and there's not, so yeah, so added. Something I didn't really talk about. Another thing I didn't really talk about is I am putting all of the jars that I'm using in the lib here, so that people don't have to deal with Maven. It's especially helpful in person. You just have everything. You don't have to rely on the internet to do a lot of pulling down of things, and a lot of people have problems with Maven. So that's why all of this stuff is here there. Running in parallel, we'll actually switch to Maven here in a bit. But yeah, so we just add net datafaker.faker is the new library we're using, and we're just like, hey, let's set as the default field value a username and a password. And so now whenever you initialize a user, you get default information. And if you want to overwrite it, you overwrite it. And so this is a way to kind of set the details that you need. Like maybe you need an empty password. So you know up a user, and you don't care what the username is, you only care what the password is, and it'd be an empty string. You can know up a user and then set, whatever. Here's my user. I can do public static user blank password. And so now I can do, let's copy paste as much as I can because I'm lazy and I don't care about the user. So it's just going to give me a random one up here. I do care that the password is this. So now I can user.blank password, and it doesn't matter the user username, but I get a blank password. So stuff like that that you can do when you get random data. Let's take a quick look in the chat. How are we doing? Yeah, we'll get to this. The wait on first use has to do with, like, there's some performance reasons to do that, and it's not necessary on all. I'll explain why. That's a fun one. These are all fun things. I love this stuff. All right, so moving the data into the page objects, like the next level here. Like if you're trying to fill out my personal testing application is an address book application, and there's just 50 fields that you can fill out as part of this form to test all of the different ways of inputting things into a form with Selenium. And if we try to, in our test, pass in as strings pass in whatever data type each of the things, it'd be horrible. And log in, we only have a username and password. But even then, what happens if, let's check out this. So here we go, authentication test. We are taking this user locked out and we're just passing that in. So log in unsuccessfully with the user now, log in that user. So we're filling the forms, that information there, and then we're hitting click, and then we're doing our synchronization for unsuccessful or successful. So not passing in a bunch of strings, we're just using the data object directly. And now we don't have to, it's much easier to read what's going on here. And we could even, sometimes I do this, sometimes I don't, like whatever makes sense. I think this is where I have whatever is clear. Is this method too long to put in here to make it easy? Do we need to see the user? Are we doing anything else with the user? All depends. All right. So, okay, now page object method with the default data. So for instance, we're coming up on an exercise for everyone who's bored. When I am running a cart test, let's go here. the cart test and I log in, I care about logging in successfully. We see here in the cart test, what we changed is instead of passing in a valid user, I'm just not doing anything in the test. So what does login successfully look like in the page object? We just overloaded this. So instead of only having a user one, we say, hey, in the page object, if you don't pass anything, I'm going to assume you want a valid user, and we're going to log in successfully with that. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. I go back to principle of least surprise. Does it make sense in the context of what you're doing? What's going to happen when you use this method? You need to know user valid. I would argue that for authentication tests, you do. Like I do want to specify it's a valid user. But if it's a precondition, if it's setting state, I don't care. Just log me in successfully. I don't want to specify. Let someone else take care of that. Implementation detail. Your call. All right. So I did this for user. Everyone, please check out the exercise. In this exercise, I have created a basic Java beans, 3 fields with setters and getters for each of them. What we want to do is we want to be able to, in our checkout tests, right now we're passing in these strings, Luke Perry 90210, for everyone who's old as I am to understand. I don't want to pass in these three strings to add information. What do we need to do in the information page to implement that? Everyone understand what we're trying to do? We want to make sure that we want to take something other than these 3 strings based on this data object. How are we doing in the chat? Everyone doing okay? Everyone tired? Do we need to take a break? We've got what, an hour left? Am I behind? Oof, yeah, I'm probably behind. It's really hard to know ahead of time how much I'm going to talk. Probably too much is usually the answer. I'm going to get through the synchronizations pretty quick. I'm going to skim over the wrappers pretty good. Does it make sense to people what I'm talking about for implementing a data object with static methods for specific values, random values for things that don't matter, and then how to use that with a page object? Oh, come on. I can talk forever. I think I'm good for another hour, actually. Wait, is it an hour or 2 hours? It's 1, almost 2, yeah. Yeah, the data submission is so, and this is another interesting thing. Like a lot of, like, again, one of the reasons like BDD gets a little weird for me is like, like as a user, I want to ... And I don't necessarily care about your intentions. I care that the site is working. And so I want to know, does submitting this form take the right fields, put it in the right JSON blob, and send it to the right endpoint so that the right thing is processed by the service layer and put into the database correctly, so that when the resulting page pulls things out of the database through the service layer, it's properly presented, right? Like, does that work? And this is one of those things that is a likely failure, where something gets mismatched. That is something that happens, is not an uncommon thing. And so I'm more interested in, are all of the different fields being mapped properly to the application, than I am what that data is. If what the data is matters to the service layer, that's going to be an API test if I can, rather than try to do everything through the UI. So I want one test to make sure, does editing this object enter the data in the backend the way that it needs to, that kind of thing. That makes sense. So yeah, so that's I have one test for creating something, one test for reading something, one test for updating something, and one test for deleting something. So very CRUD. And then, yeah, and then we'll talk about it. We'll touch on it at the end, but like using an API to do setup and validations gets super powerful. You just have to make sure that you're managing state, kind of a transitive testing is when I create something via the UI, make sure that that state matches what the state you're in if you create it through the API. When you create something, when you when you create something from the API, match what you're reading from the UI, that kind of a thing. And so you can just kind of transitive back and forth, make sure that the end state from the UI matches the initial state from the action that was taken by the API type. Anyway. All right. All right, I apologize for everyone who wants more exercises. I'm going to keep pushing ahead because there's so much more exciting stuff to talk about. Shocking, I got tripped up talking about page objects. So, like, none of this is super hard either. Like, well, I mean, I say this because I've written it all. I think the concepts are pretty straightforward, and what it looks like to implement it's probably the rote, boring parts of it. If you understand the concept, but essentially we are creating defaults, and then I didn't actually create any static user for this because I don't care about any of it. I only care about the default. So pretty much what I'm doing in checkout tests is I'm just, give me a person, random data, don't really care. Any person for this site is going to be valid. So just give me a random person, it's valid, pass it in. And I create one where I'm passing that in explicitly, and then one that's a setup. And so, oh, come on, finish. Sometimes I can't tell if IntelliJ is, I had to go through and rebase my entire thing because the imports got weird at the beginning. I missed it, and I just kind of went through the whole thing. I got all the way to the end and realized that everything was, the packages were wrong. It was the IntelliJ was pointing to the wrong thing, and I literally had to go through every single commit and remove these. And it looks like I did not remove it properly from this commit. Oops. But that was fun last night. Okay. So yeah, so if it's not added, we're just going to add a person. And then if we do supply a person, it's get first name, get last name, get postal code, click. And then synchronize. I'm going to try to get tricky with the synchronization by passing this block to a common waiting somewhere. And I didn't have great luck with it, and I'm not sure if it was my implementation, but again, I'd rather have this block that makes obvious what's going on than have an Uber all processes are only happening in one place. All right. Also, it's okay to duplicate things if it's unlikely they're going to change. Like the one thing that's going to change here is probably this if I need to change something. Like this stuff, it's okay that it's duplicated because it's probably going to stay the same. Nothing's probably going to change, or I'm going to be, getting a different error element. That might be, this might change up here anyway. All right. I'm just going to keep pushing ahead with this. So remove the person data. All right, manage content. So this is another one. This is kind of like the grab and hope. How are we doing this? The way that I implemented this in the first go around is create an enum. Like there's only 6 things. Let's create an enum. And now we can specify explicitly which of these we want. We're going to, if you take a look at my code, I am on the inventory page, wait, on the test. I am getting, there we go. I'm using the product enum and saying, give me the bike light. This could be anything, right? And so I'm specifying exactly what I want because I want to add this item. Do I actually care that it's the bike light though? I just care that something's added successfully. Sometimes I care and I want an enum, but is the enum going to change? Are we going to, how often does this content change? Context dependent. But I'm going to say, hey, instead of hard coding all that, let's randomize it. Now, this is where it gets a little tricky because I could have passed in, so we talked about passing in a variable, like so create a locator based on passing in a value and putting that here. Well, one of the cool things about CSS is I can say, give me the first button that starts with add to cart dash. Give me the first object that starts with remove dash. So in this context, this is super powerful and I don't have to worry about it. Add to cart dash, that locator goes away when it's been added to cart and a remove one shows up. And so I can even get the list, and the list of add item buttons is always going to be things that haven't already been added to the cart, and everything that's a remove item, find elements, these things, all of them have been added to the cart. And so in this context, this is really easy to do, but obviously there's going to be potential problems. And what happens if you do care which one it is? Again, there's complex ways that you can add on to it. I'm going to call it out of context or out of scope for this. All right. How are we doing with data? Any data questions? We kind of understand this idea of autonomous, how to improve autonomous, how to improve reliable results when running in parallel at scale. Because that's kind of the idea here. And I know I work at Sauce Labs, but I was a fan of this well before I used Sauce Labs or worked at Sauce Labs. Is just having short tests that run in parallel, focus tests that run in parallel. And so like a lot of the principles I'm talking about follow that pattern. If you're doing a lot of journeys, some of my suggestions might not make as much sense. Maven over Gradle. Maven, I like Maven because of the just running in parallel. I don't know how Gradle does that. I'm not a big build person. Simon Stewart hates all of them, which is why he likes building his own build tools. We went to Buck, which is Facebook, and now Selenium is all done with Bazel. I'm not a big build tool person. Maven has worked for my needs, but I don't. Yeah, parallelization is the main reason. I've seen better parallelization with Maven than I have with Gradle. I'm not sure if it doesn't work with that or if I just don't have it. I think the Gradle, I think we did testng parallelization with Gradle, and then you can use Maven, Surefire, or Failsafe with either JUnit or testng, and that works. So I'll show Maven execution in a bit. Yeah, we get to parallel. Hopefully we get to parallel. All right, let's burn through synchronization here. 4 types of weighting: sleeps, explicit weights, implicit weights, abstract weights. Abstract weights, that's mine. That's the term I came up with. Actually, I didn't come up with the term. I came up with the idea. Neil Manfar created the term for me. These are both local. Everyone says don't do sleeps, don't do implicit weights, do explicit weights. I don't like having code everywhere that's an explicit weight. I like an abstract weight, which is a global synchronization strategy. This is kind of the main reason you have a framework. If your framework does this, it's going to make a huge night-and-day difference to reliability of your code. All right, so right now in the logout code, we've got this hard code asleep because we've got this menu button in we've got this menu button. This takes time to pop out, so this isn't always ready. So just like, let's just wait a second before we click it, right? Alternately, we can use an implicit weight. And the reason people don't like implicit weights is because it says, hey, driver, you decide how to deal with this. And so you're pushing responsibility onto the driver, and implicit weights and explicit weights don't play well together. Especially for people that put huge implicit weight timeouts. If you've got an explicit weight polling and you've got an implicit weight waiting by the driver, you can end up having like really long waits for something that you don't need to. It's just generally not appreciate it. At the same time, this is one line of code that you put in your options at the beginning. If this is the difference between having, 20% failures and 10% failures, try it. Put a second, put 2 seconds. See if it makes a difference in your results. Like if you don't have to worry about figuring out exactly the right weighting strategy for each and every thing, because this helps. Like easy one-line fix. If you do this, keep this small. Selenium 4, it's all duration now. And just set it once. I see people will constantly change their implicit weight values throughout their tests. If you're going to use implicit weight, set it at the beginning of the test with the driver and don't touch it. Explicit weights, this is what people are used to. This is the polling. It's going to keep executing this code until it gets a result. One of the nice things about weights is that it also automatically rescues element not found errors. And so you don't actually need to add that additional complexity, and it returns the element. And so it is going to keep trying to locate this element and then stores it in this object when it does. And so if it finds it right away, it's one wire call, stores it in here, and then you use it. So there's really no downside to always using this weight, because if it finds it on the first try, it uses it. If it doesn't find it on the first try, then it makes additional wire calls. So this is like, do you do a weight on only the first element on the page? I'm like, no, there's no reason not to put in a weight for every element on the page that you want to interact with. There's just no downside, because this will always get you the first time if it's there. And if it doesn't, it will keep trying its best to locate it before giving up and fail. And there's a better way to do this, abstractive. We'll talk about that next. Okay, so one thing that's important to understand is you have a lot of race conditions you don't even know about. Like there's a lot of things where you're actually waiting for stuff in the background that if it happened a little faster, it would fail. So one way to see what race conditions you get is to set the page load strategy to none. So this is a W3C value that you can pass in with Chrome driver Chrome options in the driver, or any browser options. And it essentially says, do not wait. As soon as we navigate or click on something, give me control right away. By default, Selenium WebDriver will wait for document ready state to be complete. You can also set this page load strategy eager, which will give you wait for the document state to be interactive instead of complete. So anyway, the idea is if you set this, try it sometime if you're interested in seeing just how good your synchronization. If you think your synchronization strategy is good, set the page load strategy to none and then see how many failures you get. And when I set it to none here in our code, yeah, I'm just setting that. Demonstrate race conditions actually happen when we add page load strategy to none. Literally everything fails when we run this. I'm not going to do that this time. And interestingly, the explicit wait when we set the page load strategy to none does not actually, there's still a race condition for logout. So the explicit wait that we're using is not sufficient. And so we need something more, and something more can look like this abstract wait. The idea is there's no reason to differentiate locating an element from using an element. I don't usually need to interact with an element for the sake of knowing about the element. I just need to use it in the methods in the services the page object is providing. I want to log in. I don't really need to know from the test side, or mostly in the page object side, what's going on with the element. I just want to use it. So instead of finding an element and calling click, I'm like, well, what if we create the send keys method? And I'm going to temporarily put this in the base page, because now every single page object can make use of it. And we are just going to find the element again, super efficient. But hey, sending keys, what happens if we try to send keys on an element that's not displayed? It's going to fail. So let's also wait for it to be displayed. What if we are sending keys to an element that's not enabled? we're also going to get an error. So let's make sure that that's there. I've seen, and there are some sites out there where, you know, at first it's not a name. Actually, with Slack asked me to help them with this, like filling in one field made another field enabled where it was disabled before, and so you needed a wait. It didn't work. Like, it was displayed but not enabled until something else happened, and so they needed a wait in order for it to work. But anyway, this is the idea of, let's call these methods, it'll do the right thing, and call this. And so the exercise is, I implemented it for the click method. What about the, I implemented it for send keys. What about the click method? So the idea is check out, click, let's force check you out. And in the base page, this click, what does this click need to look like in order to, what do we want to do for this click? And then I already changed everything over. And so we're literally just talking about what in the base page do we need, what do we need to change here for this to do what we want it to do automatically by default. What, and this is, again, like there's like a somewhat tension between like magic and do what I mean. And this comes back to intention and comes back to principle of least surprise. When I say click something, I don't necessarily need to know what hoops the framework is doing to click the element. I only care that the element gets clicked and that things that might prevent it from being clicked are being handled. And so the test is still clear. The page object implementation is still clear what's happening, even if there's magic things going on to make it happen. And so that's how I think about those. I don't like magic, but I want my framework to do what I mean and try and take those steps. All right, how are we doing on? Well, that's what I'm saying. So like if you wait for each element that you're working with, then no, you don't need to wait for the page to load. What does a complete page load even mean for a single page app? It's never going to be completely loaded. There's always going to be more JavaScript. It's impossible to know when the JavaScript is done unless the framework itself is giving you that information. And so we need to make a robust framework that can handle it even when things are in motion in the background. And headless versus browser-based test. Most people using headless right now are using a headless version of the browser. Theoretically, there's no difference. It's just not painting the pixels to the screen. In reality, there are some underlying difference. Most of the time, headless is pretty useless. You're not getting any value doing headless over non-headless. You're actually getting more value not using headless. Except in, yeah. We'll talk more about that later if you want. Okay, so I'm moving on. This is 3 different wire calls. This is locate the element, it is check if the element is displayed, it is check if the element is enabled. And I've seen some tests loop through this where it's checking if is the element there? Is the element there? Is it displayed? Is the element there? Is it displayed? Is it enabled? I've seen, like, and these get into loops where there's just huge, long, constantly looping through asking these same questions over and over again. Lots of inefficiency. What if instead of asking for permission, like, are you okay? Are you in this state? Are you in this state? Are you in this state? Okay, we're good. Man, what if let's just do it. Let's just click it. What happens if we click it? And this, in this case, we are going to execute what was passed. So I'm using a runnable. Don't worry about this. We're getting it's kind of my way of passing in a block to do extra things. This may or may not be the best way to do this, but it's the way I'm using it, just for loop through, execute this block. If it is successful, if the click worked, then break out and we're good. If the click doesn't work because we got a no such element exception, or Actually, we can't even get an element exception because we found it in the previous step. But this is the idea that, maybe it's not interactable. So let's wait. So we're not going to get a no such element exception. I don't need to put that there because we have the element if it passed the previous step of the first line of the click. But what happens if we try and click it and it's not visible, or you click it and it's intercepted? The element not interactable manages displayed and intercepted. So if it's that, it's like, oh, well, maybe it's just not in the state it needs to be in order to be interactable. So let's wait up till 20 seconds for it to be in the state we need. And if we wait 20 seconds, then we can throw this specific error message saying we couldn't do it. This is not the perfect implementation, but it's in implementation of keep retrying for up to 20 seconds. This is actually it'll exit the loop when after the 20 seconds. So anyway, so this is the efficient way of doing this. This is the way that most frameworks don't do it. Most frameworks are optimized for running locally, which means your wire calls are free. You can do as many as you want. This is the way to optimize and get more performance running on a remote server, including Sauce Labs. Document ready state can be complete, it can be interactive, or we can not care. Yeah, headless is useless. There's what value is it? It's not really that much performant. Painting pixels on a screen is not the limiting bottleneck for executing tests, and you're running on not a real browser. I guarantee you no one is going to be accessing your site on Linux with a headless browser. Like, you're going to all the trouble of doing a DOM to database test, and then you're not actually using something a user would use to save a little bit of time. A little bit. All right. Am I really behind? Yeah. More things I want to talk about. All right, wrappers. We're going to breeze through the wrappers here a bit. I'm not going to go through the code, but one of the nice things about encapsulating your objects is that you can now actually use object-oriented programming the way that it's supposed to be, and you have the actions that make sense on the objects that make sense. And so it's easier to read, easier to understand what's going on. There's lots of things you can do when you wrap an element, for instance. You can cache the element. Like what we've been doing so far is we're always locating the element every time we use it. And it's really interesting looking at commands on Sauce Labs. We're like, my test is too slow. I'm like, all right, what's going on? Like literally you're calling find element 30 times, getting the same value back each of those times, and then you're clicking it. And I've seen crazy stuff from people's crazy frameworks where it's just like, if you cached it, you only have to make this call, the find element call, once, and then you can keep taking actions on it until it turns stale. And if you've got a good framework, you can automatically relocate it when it goes stale and still use it. And you got automatic synchronization again, all of these things. And then you can also subclass these things. And so like, is button behavior different from text field behavior? Is an anchor behavior different from, so like, well, I could show some of these things, but, well, let me just talk about it. It doesn't make sense to send keys to a button. So don't, like, not all elements should have a send keys method. So let's put the send keys method in the text field and the text area elements. Let's put the, and another thing, click is different between a text field and a button, for instance. Selenium will let you click a disabled button. From a tester standpoint, does it ever make sense to click a disabled button? I would argue it does not. That you want to, if I say click this button, I want it to click an enabled button. And so I'm going to assume if it's disabled, that it's a race condition and it will eventually become enabled. And if it's not, then it should error because that's a problem. You can always like figure out a way to force it to click a disabled button. But in general, 99% of the time, clicking a disable button is not what you want to do, even though Selenium will let you do it. Cache the element. So you have an element class, we cache it, we locate, we cache it. And then you have ways of dealing with it if it becomes. This is essentially what water is really good at. This is kind of what I'm basing this off of, and this is kind of a sloppy implementation of all of the complexity that I put into water over the years to make this work really well. The actual implementation would look a little cleaner, but this is the idea. Locate it, cache it, use it. Relocate stale elements. If you're trying to do something with it and you get a stale element reference, reset it. So just null out the cache element, and then when you go to locate it again, it will locate it instead of using the cache element. So pretty straightforward what you can do with it. Same kind of thing with a driver wrapper. Water has a concept of a browser, so I'm using it here. We're storing a driver, we're storing a weight, so everything is getting pushed up there. And then the driver is what's giving you access to the element. So let's bump into, yeah, I'm just diving straight through all of this. Let's implement the driver wrapper. So the browser here. Oh, let's go to authentication. Homepage. Here we go. So what I'm doing here. All right, I screwed up something in Rebase at one point. Homepage. Let's go to the homepage. All right, so on the homepage, I am now, instead of storing a by locator, the locator itself is now, like, this is lazy loaded. It's not actually locating it. So I can create an instance of this element wrapper object without it doing anything. And so there's really no reason to store the locator by itself. I can implement that as part of this. And so I'm going to say git element, and the element's going to put the driver and the locator in the element. So now the element is using the driver. It's going to create its own weight to do it. And it implements the things that make sense for the element. What does this look like for my base page again? Oh, look, there's nothing in my base page because base page doesn't need anything, because we're now using composition instead of inheritance to manage the things that make sense. Git. All right, what are people saying? I do not know Spring retry. If the idea is take the action, like, so it's bad computer science practice to use exception handling for flow control. You're just not supposed to do that. You're supposed to query for the state and then take action. But because there is a performance bottleneck, if you're running remotely especially, it's much more, and because just the way Selenium is managed is if it can't do something, it raises an exception rather than returning a Boolean response, which arguably might be easier. We have to wrap all of those things. And so it does make sense in this context to use exceptions for flow control and saying, we tried to click it, but the click was intercepted. Let's pause a beat and try it again. Oh, now it's not intercepted. Something might have just needed to finish a transition, and now we can move forward. So caching the element causes stale element exceptions. So if you never cache it, you're always locating it. You always get a new element. It can never be stale. But that's not performant, finding it every time. And so you cache it, and then you have to manage using a cached element. It goes stale. You would need to be able to rescue it and then relocate it, with the idea that this locator is always going to apply we're essentially saying, give me the element at this location, and oh, the page refresh, something happened, Selenium lost the, the reference to that object in the DOM. We still want to use whatever the object is at this location. And so you reset it and relocate it. I don't like I wrote a blog post on Page Factory that comes with Selenium. It was a bad idea. I don't have anything against the annotations themselves directly, but it does cause some issues. And yeah, I think I actually talked about, some of the issues. Yeah. About cache lookup and why that's not good, and then talked about a weird wraps element you can do to get around it. But again, just don't use Page Factory. All right, I'm gonna keep pushing forward. We got a half hour left. This is recorded, so I think you get that, and you get the PDF file as well. So encapsulating the browser. Oh, sorry, encapsulating the behavior. So now we can say, hey, let's have a subclass of button. And button, when we click a button, we're going to wait for it to be enabled and then click it. And the reason we're waiting instead of rescuing and taking the action is that Selenium won't throw an exception if it's disabled. But as a tester, I want to make sure it's enabled. So I'm just going to make an extra wire call to make sure. But because we're storing the cached element, when I wait for enabled, it will locate it, check to see if it's enabled, and then when I go to click it, it's already found it, so it's using the cached element and will just send the click. So theoretically, this will be 3 wire calls: locate, query if it's enabled, and then click. And assuming best case, that's all that happens. All right, and then there was an exercise to implement the text field as well as a button, essentially. And the big thing is, with text field, I'm just going to skip to the answers here. I want to leave more time for questions at the end. Yeah, I'm actually pretty close. Do I want to talk about that? Do we want to do the exercise, or do we want to talk more about Selenium 4W3C things? The exercise is essentially we created this button subclass. What do we want to do for this text field? What's unique to the text field? What would change for a text field that doesn't exist for other elements, or is different from what a button would do, etc. All right. Snoozers or losers to vote for pushing forward. So what is different with text field? Let's check that out. The difference is it has send keys, whereas we're saying, hey, the element shouldn't have send keys. That should only be a text field thing. So for right now, and there's all sorts of stuff we could do with this, but it could be a text input that works for text fields and text areas. Selenium creates Water creates a subclass for every single valid HTML element. So pretty much everything has a subclass. We dynamically define the different valid attributes for each subclass by parsing the HTML IDL, all of that fun stuff. It's complicated, but it's kind of cool. And there's some things that have special behaviors and some things that don't. yeah, so we got clear and set keys. And so now if we're looking at things like homepage, we have a text field, and a button, and we're getting an element list for the error messages. And there's other ways of doing element lists other than, or working with, like we could define this as an element, and then just when we use this, we could do element dot get all or something like that, and have the element itself manage the element list rather than doing it in the page object here. It all kind of depends. There's different things that you can do, and maybe some will work in some contexts and not in others. Sometimes it's worth it to try something and then be ready to bail on it if something comes up that it doesn't work. Another thing we can do here, I said we should use data test where possible. I'm, again, iffy on whether this actually is worth it, but hey, let's create something that's a string. Actually, the better way of doing this is to create a custom locator. So create something that subclasses by and uses data test and then just wraps the CSS for doing this. And so you only need one. You only do one method, but something like that to make it like we want everything to be a data test as much as possible. So it would be nice if that's kind of the default behavior, and so we can take out all of this and just put in checkout, something like that. Just an idea. Again, thoughts. This is a fun one when we have created data objects and we have created subtypes for our element class. We've got subclasses of element. Essentially, we can do things like if it's a text field, send keys. If it's a select list, select value. If it's a button, click it. If it's a radio button, like you actually have to treat it as a radio set because they all have they have to store the same name. But you can do this, and let's see here. We do that in this kind of idea. It's a lot easier in Ruby. It's essentially this kind of a thing where, hey, if it's a radio button, set. If it's we created a set for all of this, but we can, hey, if it's true, if the value is true, then set it. Then essentially click it. If there's a value for the checkbox, set it, otherwise clear it. If it's select list. So essentially we can subclass all of these things and do this really, depends on how many forms you're filling out, if this is useful, but this kind of idea of let's take the data object, let's parse all of the keys using, this is all reflection, which is maybe or maybe not interesting, may or may not be worth the hassle. But get all of the fields from the data object, get all the elements from the page object, and if the name of the data and the name of the element are the same, do the thing with it, figure out what the type is and do the right thing to it. So super powerful, super cool. It's one of the things that you get by subclassing and encapsulating behavior that, again, I have worked at some companies where there is just a bunch of forms that got filled out and lots of data that got passed around. And even if you're trying to do them in an atomic fashion, just being able to so essentially we're creating a base data, and the base data is having a get value using reflection, and it's storing all of the keys. So all the fields store as keys, you get the keys. It's not, and then all this is doing is just extending the base data. So there's not a whole lot there. The base page is the one that has we're storing the elements in a hash set, and then we're iterating through them and checking if it's the same. submit form, I've got something like, okay, fill the form, and then if you find a button that's submit, so essentially the page object for home page, or we'll do information page, is going to look like this. So we're naming the data the same as the first name. So the user data is username, password. Wait, sorry, we're doing person. First name, last name, postal code, snake case. Not snake case, camel case. So on the information page, we're doing the same thing. First name, last name, postal code, and then we've got a submit button. And now I'm just magically saying, instead of having to send these keys and click, submit the form. Especially if you've got large forms with lots of data, stuff like that, a lot easier to read. It's doing the thing you intended to do. It's a lot easier to do this in Ruby with metaprogramming than it is in Java with reflection, but that's where I'm coming from, so that's why I implemented this crazy thing. Anyway, kind of interesting. So next thing, again, leveraging static type language to get more value from the IDE. Let's create a factory. And now this factory is going to have all of these pages. So this is essentially a list of all the pages. And so now when I'm going to create a demo app to store generic information about the app, I'm going to click pages, and now I get all of the pages. And I can set it up so that I don't have to pass around browser everywhere. The page factory itself is going to be initialized with the browser. And so as long as I have the Sauce demo app, browser's in the background. Now I can call pages and get all of any page that I want. This probably isn't necessary, or I'm like, if it's already been defined, return what we have. Otherwise, create a new one. Again, we're probably not caring a whole lot about memory management, but why not? And so let's, I guess I did more things in the API. Let's quickly look at, so I've got this demo app that I created to do this, and it's essentially create it, store to the browser, and you've got pages. And hey, while we're at it, log in successfully. This is kind of a site application thing. Like I don't care what the page is. I just want to be logged in. Someone was asking about this kind of idea of like helper methods. And yeah, like on the site, just add an item to the cart. I don't care the details about it. Just get it done. And so it's going to log in, and it's going to go to the page with the get inventory, and it's going to add it successfully, right? And so now in my tests, like the checkout test, I'm just going to, hey, the demo app, just add the item to the cart. Like I don't need this. This also gets rid of these methods that I put at the top of the checkout. So this is kind of how I'm getting rid of this duplication. It's I'm like, hey, let's have an app. So this is not a helper method in the base test class because it doesn't really belong in the base test. It's not a helper method in the base page object because it doesn't apply to all of the pages, but it is a method in the Sauce demo app because it's related to this web application. Now, if you have a million of these throughout your site, that's the base test, I want that. If you have a million of these things, maybe it doesn't make sense to do it. But if you only have a few, if they're well organized, if whatever the structure is, if it's easy to see what's going on, it's kind of cool to do this. And there's an advantage of doing that later. All right, so this commits where things get crazy. I delete the lib folder, implement a POM. This is the right way to do parallelization with Selenium 4 and Java 9 or greater. You have to create your own Selenium 4 strategy. If you don't do this, if you do this with Java 8, there will be no limit on how many things run in parallel. It will parallelize everything. And so if you want to do it by class, you can use this. This does both class and method parallelization. So if you've got 10 tests, it'll run 10 tests. If you've got 30 tests and you're running on if you've got 100 tests and you're running on Java 8, it will run 100 tests in parallel. The Selenium 5 strategy works for Java 9 and above to limit that. And this by default is doing some cool stuff by checking available processors and running in parallel based on number of processors, which is kind of cool. You can also set this to hard code to not care. You can have multiple processors using. It's kind of one of those things where, are you running locally or are you running remotely? Because if it's remotely, then your bottleneck is going to be network latency, not how many processors you have. You have one processor running, sending multiple HTTP requests, type of a thing. So anyway, that's an option. But that's how that works. All right. So now let's dig into our favorite running locally and running remotely. So, am I going to run out of time? I am. All right, we're going to burn through this. Test configuration, local execution, right? Your test is using a framework, which is calling Selenium. That's all in the language of your choice, in this case, Java. That's going to convert the Java. Selenium is essentially convert Java to JSON, which is why JavaScript gets weird, because it's all JSON anyway. So it's just storing the endpoints, which is why JavaScript is the odd man out in the Selenium languages, and I don't often spend time with it. The JSON is what gets sent to the driver, and the driver has some kind of proprietary interaction with the browser, and that's the way it works for all of the browsers. Now, yeah, set the driver, like we said, set whatever the strategies or the options you want, and then run it. Remote execution is similar, except for we're sending the JSON. So again, Selenium converts to JSON, goes to the server. The server has a bunch of nodes that are connected to it, and it's going to pick a matching node. It's going to send the JSON to it. That node has a driver on it, and it's going to send. And it's going to send the JSON to the driver, and then again, it goes to proprietary fashion from the driver to the browser. So a lot of people don't actually have this parse, which is where I like to put it, because it is relatively simple how it works. It's just not necessarily obvious just looking at the end state. So running tests remotely, I wish I had a ton of time to talk about the sauce bindings, because I've been working a lot on them, trying to get a 2.0 release, but everything just takes a long time. I'm implementing it in Java and Ruby and Python. Also interesting to implement libraries, the same functionality in 3 different languages at the same time. But the idea is you create sauce options. All of the things that apply to a Chrome session on Sauce Labs have method names that you can set, page load strategy, name, all of those things. And then you create a session with it. You set any values on the session you need, and then you get a remote WebDriver as a return from when you start the session. And then you can toggle local remote, like just have a different method, run local, run sauce, whatever you need to do. It's not, I've got this in the before each. It's not that complicated. So W3C, there's only 10 things that are allowed, or actually it's more than that now based on some other, well, there's these 10 main things. These are all that's allowed. It used to be everything would go in the top level. Now only these things are allowed in the top level. These are the main ones. Actually, these are the main ones. Ignore this. This really doesn't do anything anymore. These are the things that this manages the kind of session that you're getting. I want this type of session. The rest of these manage how the session behaves. Page load strategy, we talked about this. None, eager, and normal. Document ready state, doesn't matter, interactive or complete. Timeouts, talked about this. We pass it in. You've got 3 options for script, page load, and implicit. These are the defaults in milliseconds. Mostly don't need to change these. I've seen 300 seconds is a lot for page load, so it shouldn't be the issue. JavaScript alerts is really interesting. I could talk for a while about this. The default is dismiss and notify, but I think the default should be ignore. So water defaults to ignore. Essentially, what happens when an alert pops up? Do you automatically dismiss it? Do you raise an exception? Do you, like, what are you actually doing? And I generally prefer ignore. If you're going to get an exception, you should be handling the dialog box anyway. So yeah, so Chrome options, like we moved from desired capabilities to options in Selenium 4, and setting all the specific things. Actually, this is the old way of doing it too. We updated this. You're no longer doing a hash map for timeouts. You can actually set implicit wait, set script timeout, set page load timeout directly in Chrome options now. So in addition to those 10, you can also have vendor capabilities. So there's like Goog is the prefix, colon, Chrome options, Moz, colon, Firefox options, Sauce, colon, options, BS, colon, options. Browser vendor capabilities are listed here. You can specify all sorts of different browser specific behaviors. I created an extension that will change this image to a ninja, which was a lot of fun to put together, an extension that just did that. Platform configurator on Sauce Labs is actually now built into our app where it didn't used to be, but it can also be found on this to get Sauce Labs specific things. We've got all of the configurations you can choose for what language, select which version of Selenium to get the actual code that you can copy paste. Oh, that's weird. Okay, I haven't seen this before. Interesting. That's new. I should fix that. It's actually not always going to be right. Okay. I did a lot of work writing the platform configurator recently, and that's some stuff that the growth team just added, and it doesn't look like it's always completely correct, so I should fix that. Sauce bindings. This is what I wish I had more time to talk about. It's essentially a wrapper to interact with Sauce Labs. Watch this space. There'll be more. If you want to work on some, if you're a Sauce Labs user and want to work on some cutting edge interactions with Sauce Labs, would love beta testers. Actually, it's a 1.0, but would love people to try it out and let me know what you think. It lets you specify sauce specific behaviors. All of the test configurations can be found. I rewrote this recently, so these are all correct. At least they were as of October. But it lists everything that you can put into a test, both W3C and sauce specific. So another interesting thing is a lot of people do conditionals in their base test, right? Like you're like, ooh, if Firefox, then do these things. If it's Safari, do all of these things. And so you just have these huge nested conditionals. And one of the things that I implemented with sauce bindings that I really like is the ability to just completely avoid all the conditionals. Like get the platform that you want, like in this case it'd be Firefox Windows or Safari Mojave, and create a sauce options, set the display name, and then just get those values and merge them in. And it just does it all for you. So you're storing all of the constants in a configuration file, which is where constants kind of belong, and then just merging them in. And you don't need to, all you need to know is which thing am I using. And this can get set in your, like usually I run different builds with different property configurations. And so like that gets set in the CI tool, and then everything else just gets run without any heavy conditionals. All right, so then we were talking about if you're talking about running with Maven in parallel on Sauce Labs. Let me check this out while we're here. All right, and so this is going to, I do have this set to run on, yeah, this is set to run on Sauce. So it's essentially running all 10 tests at the same time on Sauce Labs. Please don't randomly error. And it's doing it based on what's in my POM file for running in parallel. And Sauce Bindings is giving me a link for each particular test so I can automatically just go and look at the results, log in. And there we go, complete checkout. Here's the commands. Didn't find username the first time, but found it the second time. Everything undid. Let's go to our automated builds. Did everything pass in this build? All 10 tests passed. Great. So my synchronization is awesome. Even with, because I still have, note that I still have page load strategy none. So I know my synchronization is rock solid because it's not waiting for anything on the page. All right. So API finally in the last few minutes. Sorry for rushing this. Modern architecture, your mobile app, your web app are both sending JSON to an API gateway. There is no reason that you can't, instead of going through the browser, just use a REST client. Do the same thing. You can do setup and validation with the REST client directly. Again, Swag Labs is all front end based, and so we are storing the session username in the cookies, and so we can do stuff for logging in. Let's actually set a cookie for it. Let's check the cookie with is authenticated. So for that app class that we created, this is what it looks like. I'm like, hey, add an item to a cart. Don't care. Log in, add an item, get the number of items in a cart, right? Like that was something that we had in multiple page objects. Is authenticated. Again, not really a thing that header section does. It's just, or inventory page. Again, it's like, why this? It's what we're doing. Anyway, so this is how you would access it with pages. What if we implement a whole set of APIs? And so now we're going to call APIs, get the authentication API, and authenticate. And then we're still going to use the page to visit. So because we need to get authenticating with the cookie doesn't help us if we're not on a page to use it. So this one's a little bit more complicated. It's both browser and API. This one is add the item to a cart. We're going to do the same login, and then we're going to get the inventory API and add an item successfully. Same thing with get the number of items in the cart, call an API. Now, I'm calling this API, it's in quotation marks because it's not actually an API. It's all local storage and cookies. But the idea is you have this whole set of APIs. We're also doing an API factory. So see, these are the 3 APIs we have access to. The authenticate API, it's adding a cookie. Authenticated is get that cookie, is it nil? The cart, get the count. We're going to local storage, we're getting the item, it returns a weird string, so we have to parse it. If it's an empty colon string, return 0, otherwise blah, blah, blah. Inventory, same thing. Add an item successfully, we're just randomly putting the cart item in there. There's probably a more robust way of doing this. In an actual application, this would be using a REST client to do a bunch of commands, but this is the same idea that in your Sauce demo app, I don't care how we're logging in, just get it done. I don't care how we're adding an item to a cart. So if we look at the checkout test now, that really complicated thing, hey, Sauce demo app, magically put something in the cart. And now let me visit the information page. And now let's get an instance of the checkout page and assert that we can properly finish successfully. So this is kind of the end state that I end up with for a declarative, object-oriented setting state, and then taking an opinionated atomic action and validating that we get the right information so that if it doesn't work, we're getting a good, useful error message. And is this the perfect framework? No. Ideally, all of this, like this base page and this element, or like all of the elements and like theoretically, I would pull all of this out and put it in another library. And eventually I'm going to try and do something like that, pull it out all into another library. And then that's going to require unit tests and a bunch of other things to make sure that it doesn't suck. But just for examples and kind of ideas on how all of this works. All right. Oh, also like to give a shout out to Mark Winringham's API framework. It shows examples for how to use APIs in each of these fun different languages, which is super helpful. All right, finally, with like a minute to spare. I rambled too much at the beginning. All right, let me find where the chat is because I've been ignoring people. An interface that implements like has WebDriver that contains your page object reference. Yes. Like I said, I think my Java skills need to be better to better incorporate the power of interfaces. It's like just coming from a Ruby background, I'm like, I only need one of these. Why do I need an interface? It's hard to get past. Selenium just does an interface for absolutely everything. And Selenium Java code is, it hurts me right now. Right. Yes, you need to limit it based on the number of tunnels. So your strategy class that you have to create would be setting the number of sessions in parallel that you will run based on any particular build, whatever that value is. Oh, water tutorials is easy. Water tutorials is all. We got these. Actually, do we have a? Yeah, the guides are the ones. I spent a while, I guess it's been a couple of years, updating all of this stuff and putting some interesting things in here. But like, yeah, locating elements is the fun one. You see all of the different locators that water has. And then everything is encapsulated so that, everything does things slightly differently. Ooh, it's water 6 FAQ. I should update to water 7 FAQ. Yeah, and if you have any questions, there's like 2 of us that are constantly hounding Stack Overflow for any water question. So pretty responsive. And also anyone that's not in the Selenium Slack channel, it's free and available to everyone. Lots of smart people hanging out there answering general Selenium questions. All right, any other questions? I know I completely overwhelmed everyone and didn't get enough time for exercises, but hopefully, and we didn't even take any breaks, which is sorry. Hopefully you took breaks on your own while I was rambling on things. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot easier to do next year in person. Yeah, I really wish more people were using Ruby because it's just really a great tool. So it's really sad to see that going away. Yeah, Appium is a weird beast, and I have not spent a whole lot of time in mobile. I actually have been pitching to the community that we need to do a better job of making Appium and Selenium work well together, because the Appium developers and the Selenium developers that kind of took different approaches to doing similar things. So it's actually not as easy in most languages to use, but it's the same idea, but the way that they're implemented and the way they're used, like Appium is all in on Page Factory, even though that's really not the right way to do it. And I tell people not to do it in Selenium. Like there's not an easy way to just do both without Page Factory, which is icky. Anyway, I'd love to put, if I have more development time, that's probably what I would be spending time for the community, is trying to get Appium developers, Selenium developers working together and making that more seamless to make it easier for these kind of frameworks. In fact, there's only one framework I know that wraps both Selenium and Appium, and that's Selenide, and which is a great open source project for Java. It does some things that I don't love, which is why I'm building my own, even though if you want something boilerplate that's ready to go, that's got a community, that's a great option. And again, mobile and Selenium both supported. But yeah, it's hard. You had to do a lot of work to get it to work together, which is unfortunate for the community. Okay. Selenium tips, is that the elemental Selenium? Which is now Sauce Labs. Remember the right. Yeah. Now sponsored by Sauce Labs, but yeah, a weekly newsletter of interesting things. It's been a while since I've looked at it to see how up to date everything is. Awesome. Yeah, Selenium and Appium frameworks. What language was it in? Was it Java? It's just hard to do. Like you can do it. It's just not. You probably have to use Page Factory to do it. I'm guessing. Um, which I'm not a fan of. So, um, but Ruby's the same way. The way the options are set up and you have to nest things in a weird way. Smart people working on it. The original Ruby Appium bindings were a lot. We'll just leave it at that. Uh, any other questions? And again, I'm up for chatting on Twitter or email or anything like that as best I can. Actually, Slack's probably the easiest. Somehow ended up on a bunch of spam lists recently, so my email gets buried quickly. Slack channel for Selenium, it has a water channel. I am not familiar with Jason Arbor's AI API. It has the word AI in it. I'm suspicious. This is when you're talking about document AI. I'll take a look. One of the things that gets weird, like this kind of thing doesn't capture is you've got type 1 and type 2 errors. If you've done any any science majors, essentially the concern is with a lot of like the automatic repairing selectors is you might be using the wrong element and not realize it because the framework automatically corrected to the wrong thing. And that's really dangerous. It's really dangerous to think that you have a test covering something and you don't. So the test is passing, but the system's broken is the most dangerous combination. And depending on the implementation, that would be my first concern is how smart is it trying to be relative to. And in fact, I think, yeah, there was a popular AI implementation whose name I won't mention that one of my colleagues ran some basic tests on it and was able to get a type 2 error that did that. So it's not just an abstract thing. This is something you can do in real life with some of these magic tools. Which isn't to say I don't think AI will at some point be good enough to do some of these things. It's a longer conversation. I actually think at the point that it gets smart enough to do a lot of these things, we'd probably be better off using AI for monitoring and observability rather than automated testing, but that's another conversation for 10 years down the road. All right, so we're past time. And let me know if got any questions on any of this stuff, anything I can answer now. Thanks for your patience. Again, wasn't quite sure on timing, but hopefully everyone got something out of this concrete that they can use. And the code's all there online. The PDF is there, and yeah, appreciate everyone's attendance. And I'm always looking for someone to argue with me on opinions I have, because like I said, I don't necessarily always agree with the things I'm saying either. So any conversations along those lines make it, most of the arguments I've had have made future talks better. So there's always that as well. Stop sharing the screen. What do you mean multi-page object steps? Well, one of these days I'd like to create, like, I would really love to port, again, if I could get paid to do anything I wanted, it would probably be to port water to Java, and get a really robust um, library, not a framework so much as a library for page object implementation in Java. No, I don't think it is. Funny story about Watton. Jim Evans was originally planning on, like, that's the one, that's the framework he found and really liked and was starting to work on it. But then it had problems with driving Internet Explorer and some of the WebDriver stuff that was starting to wrap. And so he's like got frustrated and started working on Selenium stuff. And they spent all this time, a lot of time, working on Selenium instead of Watton, and never went back to that project, which was kind of amusing anecdote to me. He shared that at the recent Selenium conference. Might have been the Austin one. Wow, 5 years ago, a long time. It's in the releases for the GitHub. So it is in the Selenium training, or sorry, Sauce training, Sauce Labs dash training / advanced Selenium / basis. There we go. It's in the assets list there. That's something there. It hasn't been published yet, but we're going to have a Selenium conference in Chicago in October. Don't tell anyone. So soon. Yeah, thanks everyone.